Hello, hello, everybody. Welcome back to another TerrafirmaGreg stream. Hi, welcome. We're gonna get back in here. It is gonna be so good because we're settling in the Arctic again, I guess. I mean, we've been doing um we've been doing Arctic times. That's where we found recently. Now there's a lot of things I need to do. First of all, I need to make a chisel. I think chisel is the biggest thing, so we gotta go find some copper, and I'd like to find some copper that's, just out and about. I don't want to like use up too much of the copper that we have lying on the ground, but getting started with a little bit of copper. Okay, come on, let's join the world. There we go. Loading terrain. Ah, dang it. Hold on. I was messing around with some stuff. So they did do a um what how did I spell that wrong? Hold on. I got to check this real quick. They updated they released another small update, which is mostly just like a patch update. And when they release these patch updates, I do have to go in and make sure that it uses my yeah, I spelled recipes wrong. Yeah, I spelled it with an extra I. Okay. So, I think can I do reload? I can't do reload. Okay, I have to quit out because I can't do cheats, I guess, is why it counts that as like a cheat. Or it counts as like I just can't use commands in general, which it's I sort of understand, but like the reload command I feel like should be you should be able to do that even if you don't have op. All right, almost there again. Okay, looks like we're good. Oh, it did change a couple of my. Hold on, I had to change my. I hope it didn't mess with my shader. Okay, it didn't. But I do need to change this because don't want I don't want the advanced FPS. I just want the simple. I really don't care about the other parts of the. Oh, come on. I was trying to pause. And let me remove. Hold on. I gotta close this stuff that I had to open. There we go. Okay. Okay. So what we need is we're gonna need a little bit more copper to make a chisel because I want to make a black bronze chisel. I'm gonna need some more clay too. I'm actually don't really have a whole lot of clay. So let's see if we can maybe find ourselves a little bit of clay and some copper. I know there's going to be plenty over there in the main area where we find a lot of our ores and stuff. So I'm going to head over there. Hold on. Wanna live and learn. I was listening to Sonic music before starting stream. Uh, honestly, I do listen to that song a lot before starting stream. It ends up being like high up on my recommendations because like I listen to it, so it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy at that point. Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. Some sweet Terrafirmacraft music. God, I'm not looking forward to what's gonna happen once it starts getting once it starts getting colder. We need to find animals. I really need to not worry too much about metal before we can like, guarantee that we can survive the winter. Because I'll be real with you, I don't know if we can survive outside during the winter in this biome. Okay, oil sands. All right. See, I have a plan. I'm thinking of doing. Ooh, this is a really nice pool. I think we're going to end up strip mining a good portion of these like valley areas because a lot of these valley areas have um a lot of resources in them. This area I think is the big one. And I think we might just go through with like create machinery and just like kind of strip mine the area. Okay, let me check my... Okay, here's the good thing. This stuff lasts forever, relatively speaking. Actually, that doesn't last nearly as long as... Huh. It was lasting a lot longer. Oh, maybe it was the fish. Maybe fish just last longer than a lot of other things. Okay, I know there's gold, there's copper around here somewhere. Oh, I forgot about garlic. Put that garlic in there. Is this Arctic? This is subarctic. Raining. Now it's snowing. Yeah, I kind of want to settle... I kind of want to settle on top of this hill, actually. Just because of how picturesque the whole place looks. I think it's a better idea to, like, maybe start at a higher elevation. Just because it looks nicer. But then again, temperature is cold. It is cold. Hopefully, the sun should rise soon, right? It's like 3 in the morning. I'm wandering out in the Arctic. Let's see. What do we got going on here? Still subarctic. There's a light over there. Didn't I place down a torch somewhere where I wanted to start a base? Surely it's not that. Over there, right? Oh god, I think it might be. Oh, what are you, copper? Okay, wonderful. Small native copper. 2, 3, 4. I need 6. 5. I just need 1 more. I don't want to grab too much so that I don't like lose the area. But there's some clay here too. Okay, there's not a whole lot of clay. There we go. So that should be enough to give us our... that should be enough to get us our chisel. Okay, good. It's getting daytime. That is where I put the... That is where I put my marker. Oh, is this zinc? Oh my god, it is. Okay. Yeah, we definitely have zinc in here. Oh my god. Like, this whole valley area is what I'm talking about, like, strip mining. There are so many resources all over the place here. We do also need to start... Yeah, this was the place where I had placed my marker. Okay. Because I like the way that a lot of these areas look. You know? Like, I like the feel. Like, look at this picturesque, beautiful landscape. God, I think I might just pick one of these areas, one of these hills to settle on. This one is a pretty good one because I think, like, we also have all these resources down here. There's so many resources. Okay, let's head back though. Oh my god. Like this area would be nice. I think this would be a very nice area to settle on. This is so pretty. Yeah, I think like this hill, this top here would be very good to settle on. I can place down my last torch up here, right? Okay. Right. Oh my god, this is a very pretty landscape. I'm gonna put a torch here. I don't think you can see Sharktooth Mountain, though. I think it's a little further back. What's this? Chromiite? Chromite? Magnetite. More gold. Odds. The only issue is, like, if I strip mine, I'll destroy a lot of the natural resources. So I don't know if strip mining is necessarily the vibe, but we'll see. Yeah, there's Sharktooth Mountain. Actually, well, this isn't as big of a hilltop as that other one over there. But this is a nice view, too. Man, this area is so pretty. I gotta say, that's one of my favorite parts about settling in this area instead of, like, settling in a warmer climate like I've done before, is, like, this is such a pretty area. This area's got a lot more depth to the, like, the elevation and everything, too, as opposed to just being kind of flat like I'm kind of used to. Alright, we gotta get back to my little hut. It's not even really a hut. I dug a hole in the wall, and that's about it. But we're gonna get back over there. I'm gonna have to look into making foods too. I need to make a bowl, like a mixing bowl, so I can make some like salads or something, so I can get some slightly better foods than what I've currently got access to. I also need to grab the salt. You could kind of see that there was an area over there that had like some gravel, like I think it had gold in it over there. That entrance over there has there's a lot of salt in the riverbed there. So I think we're going to maybe grab up some salt. We do need the quern first, though. The quern is what we're going to use to process our ores that we've found. But I am getting hungry, so what do I need the most out of? I need vegetables, so I'm going to eat this garlic. Delicious bulbs of garlic. Alright, that'll keep us held over for a little bit. Yeah, see, we've got this stuff here. I need a quern, though, so I need a chisel. Let's see. I need a door for this area, too. Yeah, I want to get a door to put in here so it's not just open. What does it take to make a door? Is it just planks? I think it's one of those ones, yeah, it's just lumber. It's not nearly as bad as, like, making it in like, a lot of other Greg tech. What the heck? Oh, architect cutter. That wasn't in the game before. What kind of doors do I have? Yes, hello, welcome, Menir. Yes, we did start a new run. TerrafirmaGreg they have done a major update. The previous version was 0.7.19, and we are now on 0.9.5. So they did a new update, and if you look in the quest book, you can see that they have done a lot of changes. There's been a lot of changes. This whole quest book is now new. There's been major changes to the whole mod pack. And not only did I want to try out the new progression system for the early game, but also, like, I just wanted to try out, like, all this new stuff in general, because there's seriously so much stuff they've added to the mod pack. And so I figured it would be better to start a new run instead of trying to incorporate that into the old world. I do still have the old world, so if we ever want to revisit it, we can always go and do that. But I thought it'd be a good idea to start this, and I'm having a lot of fun with it so far. So I think it has been a good idea so far. But it's really cool. I've said this to a couple people. Okay, do I just... I guess I'm just gonna... I guess I'll just do a pit kiln for this, whatever. Um, I've said this to some people, but anybody out there who's watching who has been, like, considering starting up a run of TerrafirmaGreg, I highly recommend that you give it a try now with the new updates and everything. The new system, the new progression and everything looks like it's very well done. And so now is a perfect time to get into TerrafirmaGreg if that was something you were interested in. Okay, I'm gonna need more logs. Yeah, let's go chop down some more logs. More trees. Tree time. Actually, I need my door. Spruce. Spruce door looks fine. I also have pine. Pine door has holes in it. I don't like pine door with holes in it because, like, it'll let the cold in. I know that's, like, literally not a mechanic, but it feels like... Missed the early game on your previous one? Yeah, no, that is also another thing, another part of the reason why I restarted, or why I'm not too torn up about restarting, is because, like, I know I've got a lot more viewers now than when I first started, so it's gonna be fun going through the early stages. Okay. Going through the early stages of the mod pack again with my new viewers. Or my newer viewers, I guess. You still playing Greg Tech New Horizons? I've been I have a friend who's been playing Greg Tech New Horizons, and I've been playing on their server with them occasionally. And personally, I like TerraFirmaGreg more. Now, obviously, that's a personal thing. I don't think I think it's a very good mod pack, but I personally like TerrafirmaGreg more. I think I feel like the progression, even in the previous version, I feel like the progression was better. Not, it's mostly because, like, Greg Tech New Horizons, the early game is like, you kind of speed past the early game in New Horizons, in my opinion. I feel like having Terra Firmacraft added into the pack really, like, smooths out that early game part, because like, you know, it actually feels more like you're progressing through those earlier stages. So I like it more, but New Horizons is really fun. New Horizons is definitely more like tech based than Terra Firma Greg, though, in the early game. Obviously it all ends up being Greg Tech eventually. I also personally just prefer newer mod packs. I used to play a lot, like, when probably the biggest experience I have, it's really fun playing New Horizons because, like, I miss some of the mods that we don't really have equivalents for anymore. Like, I've been having a lot of fun doing forestry bees and Thaumcraft. I've been having a lot of fun with that. Uh so but I tend to prefer the way that modern mods do things. Boop ba doop ba doo doo, chopping some trees. I don't miss this tree chopping thing. I can't wait until we get a fancy axe later on. Okay, these spruce trees will fire my pit kiln. We need to go hunting. I seriously, I need this chisel so I can make the quern to get some metal processing going. But, like, seriously, I need to go out and go hunting. I think we die if I just don't get enough stuff to make, like, to make, God, what is it? Like, armor and clothing. Ooh, I'm out of torches, actually. I didn't bother to get more or make more. Yeah, no, I like Terra Firmacraft in general, so that's probably why I lean more towards Terra Firmagreg, as opposed to New Horizons. Like I said, I think they're both great mod packs, but it's one of those things where it's some people like one more than the other. Which I've mentioned this before. I bring this up on stream fairly often, but I think one of the coolest parts of Minecraft is that aspect. I don't like how pink these doors are, but whatever. I guess we're going with it. I guess I'll chop some more up and make some more uh, planks to go around the edges. But one of my favorite things about Minecraft is how, like, everybody gets to kind of pick their own favorite parts of the game. Okay, I need two more. I like seriously do. I really love how Minecraft is whatever you make of it. No, I need 2 blocks. Yeah. I don't like how pink spruce wood is in this. I needed 2 more. Can't count. Ba, ba, ba. I bought the game when it was in alpha. Crazy. Yeah, no. I got the I didn't buy the game when it was in alpha. I played the game while it was in alpha. Yeah. I played it while it was in alpha. But I didn't own it at the time. Yay, little cave house so far. Yippee. No, $15 is really good. I technically got it for $15 as well because when I purchased the game, I remember specifically when I purchased the game because it was when Notch got married. And when Notch got married, Minecraft went on sale for like it was $30 and you got 2 copies of the game. So I bought myself the game and gave away the copy to a friend. And so yeah, I technically paid $15 for it myself, even though I bought it after it had already I think it was I can't remember if it was still in beta at that time or not. Like I said, I played Minecraft a lot before actually purchasing it. Oh hey, there's that canoe still hanging out. Where you going, buddy? You gonna go on an adventure too? I don't have the technology to tie this thing up yet, so. Alright. God, I need I need torches is what I need. And I need that stupid chisel. I need to go get some salt. Okay. I don't know how cold it is in here. Okay, it's not that bad. I think it's actually warmer in the water. Hold on, let me check. No, get out of there here. No, I guess it's still kind of warm over here. Maybe it's because it's more underground or something. I don't know. It could have just gotten a little warmer. Okay. Eh. Okay. This amount of rock should do us for, or amount of salt should do us for now. I'm really glad they added the walking canes mod into the game as well. Honestly, having the step assist, being able to walk up full blocks is really nice. As is, I mean, it stops snow from causing as many problems, which is probably a good thing in this area, considering, you know, the snow. Okay. Yeah, salt, salt. Now, I don't remember. Is there any difference between, like, processing salt versus rock salt in this? Oh, gods. The only thing is I don't know if there's, like, one that I should process over the other. I guess I'm just gonna process all of this. I don't know why I'm, like, sitting here debating it so much. Is this not part of the ore processing diagram? This doesn't have a... There it is. Okay, I don't know why it wasn't showing up. Okay, it looks like they're both basically... Oh, wait. This is just... Okay, it's all the same, I think. I think it's gonna... I'm pretty sure it's... Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We'll figure it out eventually anyways. Well, I'm gonna have to do another pit kiln. This is the annoying part of the early game, is having to do all these stupid pit kilns. I think we're going to be supporting ourselves mostly by hunting and fishing, which I need to look up. I know they did a change for something. What was it? Oh, they added something in the quest book about fishing. Let me look that up. I don't need that there. But I don't know where they put it. There's supposedly there is a quest in here that explains the fishing nets that they've added in. Which I assume would be a quest that looks like... You know what? Actually, I gotta read this stuff too. What is this? Okay, I know that we got the tree taps now, which are different from the previous tree taps. But the thing is, now they have, like... Yeah, so they have places that... The rosin stuff has been added in to help people who live in cold biomes get... Get, like, access to resin and stuff to use for rubber. Rosin trees can be found in cold areas. of the world that receive moderate to large amounts of rainfall. That's kind of what we have. Tap to obtain pitch. This can be used to create both sticky resin and conifer rosin. To complete this quest, you need to look at the block that... Okay, that's... doesn't matter. Latex trees. Vulcanized latex. The latter is used to produce rubber and rubber gloves, which protect you from poisonous materials on contact. Oh god. Syrup trees can be used to find... make tree sugar, which can use as an alternative sugar. But you already have some maple. How do I make these? Okay. Utilizing the vacuum chamber. We have to use a vacuum chamber now. And some additional heating. You can process latex from various trees into raw rubber pulp through a specific process. You can then smelt together 3 raw rubber pulp and a bit of sulfur in an alloy smelter to create rubber ingots. So that's kind of how it was before. Perfect for insulating cables and very much necessary to advance beyond the voltaic age. Yeah, sounds about right. Okay, so we need to get the raw rubber pulp is what's going to be different. Okay, so we can centrifuge kapoke trees or latex logs like we did before. Which is probably the easiest. We can sort of make it if we get isoprene, but I doubt that's going to be something that we get early on, especially since we need rubber to make that stuff anyways. This is what it is. Vacuumizing. So this is a new thing with... was added in with the Create Vintage improvements. This is really cool. They utilize Create a lot more in the new version of the mod pack, which I'm super happy about, because I always felt that Create wasn't fully utilized in the previous version of the mod pack. Okay, so we need vulcanized latex, which is taken by adding sulfur powder to latex. Latex is gained through dandelions. Interesting. Rubber leaves. Okay, latex logs and rubber saplings. Okay. See, this is the issue. What we need is... Okay, let me check up... TFG latex. So we have kapoke, however it's pronounced, Eva, and rubber fig. I know this stuff comes from the below, I'm pretty sure. Okay. Alright, so we're going to need one of those. But, one of the really cool things, I really like this, I should have been chopping down a tree. I really like that they've added this, because if you check the quest book, up here, you can see they have added in immersive airships. I think it's immersive aircraft into the game. So, once we enter into the Iron Age, we'll be able to make an airship. And I don't know exactly how bad it's going to be, like how bad it's going to be to make, or how much it's going to move around and whatnot. But we're going to be able to make an airship. And so that's my plan, is that we create an airship that we can use to go and find a warmer climate and get stuff from there. What are you? Tamarack, leaves, pine, yeah. Okay, sugar maple is coming along. I really want the maple for its pretty colorful wood. You're a spruce tree, aren't you? Yeah. So we will have to go find latex trees. That's okay, though, because before we even get to the point where we're going to be making rubber and everything, we are going to have to go out on an expedition to warmer climates anyways, because we need to find kaolin clay and... Oh, God, that other thing. Graphite. Which, I guess we could find graphite lying around here normally. Now, there is an interesting thing that they added in, and maybe I'll visit just to kind of see how good of an option it is. But they added in the Beneath add-on, which adds in a realm that is kind of sort of like the Nether, which you can access by going all the way down to Bedrock, and then if you spend enough time standing on the Bedrock, you'll get sent to this area called the Beneath. And the beneath, on top of having like a lot of other stuff there, a couple of the things that are pretty um plentiful in the beneath are I'm pretty sure those rubber fig trees that we saw in uh not enough items, or JEI, whatever we call it nowadays. Um Hold on. Let me Okay, hold I've got this cat. This cat wants attention, and I really want to get this thing started before I start going too hard onto her and getting her taken care of. Hello, yeah, you just gonna sit down there? I think it's a good idea if you just sit down right there. I think you should sit down instead of standing on me. Um, but you have the rubber figs are down there. Um, so that's a source of latex, but also you should be able to find quite a bit of howlin' clay and graphite down there. So it kind of seems like the beneath. Actually, I need to be near this for when it goes out. It kind of sounds like the beneath is could potentially be an alternative to having to make a big journey to the tropics in order to find those resources, right? Uh, I'm not a huge fan of the idea of the beneath. I don't really like adding that kind of stuff into TerraFirmaCraft because I feel like TerraFirmaCraft is like made to be very realistic, and having this kind of like magical realm underneath bedrock that you travel to. And there's even piglins there, so like there's also that. But like I feel like it's better. um why is the experience bar back? Hold on. Hold hold up. they Why is the experience bar back? I thought they got rid of that in favor of. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna do something real quick because there's a mod, the iHeart TFG mod that I was using was messing up because of something that they did, and that I thought it was because the experience bar had gotten removed, which I don't really know why that would cause the issues it was causing, but it did. And so I'm gonna relaunch with the mod activated and see if it's fixed now. But anyways, like I really don't like the piglin bartering thing because that was also part of the appeal of Terra Firma Craft, I think, as opposed to normal Minecraft, is that it is a basically completely empty world, right? Like you don't have villagers, and you barely even have like anything. There's not any structures, which they added in a mod that adds in small structures, but they're really just like obelisks that you can find all over the place, which is like okay, but I don't think I like it that much. But I don't know. I don't think I like the idea of the beneath overall. If it was like my choice, I don't think I would have added something like it to the mod pack. But I do think the fact that it's kind of it can be used as like an alternative to having to do those large expeditions, I think kind of makes it worth it as well. So I don't know. It's also they've got a lot of lava down there, which they changed the mod pack, the rules for create to where a single block of lava, or yeah, a single source block of lava isn't enough to count as an infinite source anymore. It only counts as an infinite source if there's at least, I think, 2,000 blocks, which is still down from the 10,000 that is typically used, but like it's still um oh, see, my thing does work now. I don't know why this works now, except for you can see that the text for the temperature is a little bit messed up, but that'll change when we get armor. That that part of the UI gets like moved up to be above the armor, so that'll get fixed later. Oh, and I didn't move my. Okay, that's okay. I can move it later. Part of this is caused because I do need to change that. Let me change that real quick. When the mod pack gets updated, because it got updated to 0.9.4, and it like just yesterday it got updated to 0.9.5, which is just a minor update. but every time it gets updated, I have to like go back and reconfigure some of my stuff. And oh, wait, not that. I need the parkour. Um and sometimes things don't work out super well. Sometimes I have changes that aren't applied to my backups is the big thing. Like this one where I changed the HUD to be... Actually, this is the same. Yippee! Okay. But I just have to make sure I check my I have to make sure I check my updates to see that they are, or check my configs to make sure that they're updated properly. Because the new TerrafirmaGreg stuff will like overwrite certain configs, and I need to go back and reapply my changes essentially. Luckily, I've streamlined the process a lot to where most things I don't have to do too much work. It's really just like copy over some files from one folder into another, and then I have to add like 2 lines to the cube.js file that they use. And once that's done, I'm golden. I got everything set up and it's all great. So we've really streamlined this process, which is really nice. Now, I don't know how much we're going to stay in this area here. I do like this little spot. Oh, the torch is burnt out. I really do. Can I just... Oh my god. Does this use up durability? It does. Cool. The only thing is, like, they changed it. I'm sure they changed... Okay, it does say 2 days now. They changed it so that candles last a lot longer. In previous versions, I had torches, the time for the burn time for torches, I had it turned up. I had it turned up to like 6 days, which honestly I might still go back and edit one if I can find where that option is. I might go back and edit it, but they buffed candles significantly. So I kind of want to try out the new candles. I think the only issue with candles previously is like they just didn't really put out a whole lot of light for the amount of space they took up. Maybe I don't know if they changed that, but I know they made it so that candles like burn a lot longer than previously. Okay. My favorite part about living up here in the Arctic, in the north, the far north, is that the sun and everything is a little different. You can see the shader pack gets a little confused because the shader pack thinks that the sun is supposed to be right there. So we can kind of sort of see where the sun is supposed to be, even though it's actually over there. So that's fun, which I does make it a little bit difficult because that's east, right? That'd be south. That makes sense. That actually makes a lot of sense. But hey, now I can tell what direction south is. So that's cool. Oh my god, I really love the surroundings here. I'm really happy I settled in this area just because of how cool everything looks. My garlic's doing okay. We're gonna be eating a lot of meat though. I should probably plant the rest of this garlic. Ooh, I should make compost soon too. Because if a composter gets covered with snow, it actually gets a boost to production. Part of the reason why we settled here is because of that kind of stuff, but also because cellars are going to be super buffed. So it's going to be so good. We're gonna have so much food in the cellars. All right. Got another minute and a half. I can't leave this though because if I don't get it when the fire goes out, I'm going to it's gonna cool down too quick. I've already had issues with that once already. Okay, once we get this, we should be able to make the quern. I might gather the stone from inside there because we do need some stone, and it would be nice to open up that area a little bit more. I really like how you may have noticed this when I was looking at rocks earlier, but they added in a mod that lets you know which block can cause a cave in, which is honestly really nice. I'm really appreciative that they added that in. I didn't even know that was like a type of mod you could get for TerrafirmaCraft, but I shouldn't be so surprised. Like that sounds like something that should have been like that sounds like something that should be pretty popular. Like I can see why people would make a mod for that because I think a lot of people would like that. All right, just 10 more seconds. I gotta have the tongs in my offhand because they made it so like picking up pots when they're too hot also damages you, which honestly probably a good thing. Take this over here and open it and put our chisel head in. Toss these in the river. Or this is actually a lake, I guess. Okay, so this means now one chisel head. Put it in my inventory just in case it counts for a quest. There we go. All right, now with this chisel, we should be able to make the quern. Okay. Oh, 1 second. Oh, I'm gonna drink more drink. Also, I really need to I'm gonna make more torches. I know I have a bundle of sticks around here somewhere. And what this? The only issue is like these spruce logs, they don't burn that long, but that's okay. We're kind of using them as like extra. Okay. We'll leave that there. I should get some more torches here in a second. That makes like what, 18 torches? Okay. Oh, wait, the issue is I don't think I can because if they're supported, I think they don't pop. But I'm not sure. So let's test out that theory. See? It tells me which ones can cause a collapse. That one's not going to cause anything. Should be able to... There we go. Okay, it did pop. Alright, so I got some raw rock. Yes, I can't really get too much more out of it. Let's figure out a bit more of this area. You know what? I can leave this one so I can put in the supports. They also added higher tier supports, which is really cool. Later on, you can make concrete supports, and you can make concrete supports and some metal supports later on too. Which you can also make stone supports, but the stone supports aren't like actually any better than wooden supports. Oh, right, because you've got that. Hold on. There it goes. They're the same as wooden supports, which is why I don't really care too much about them because like they're kind of harder to make. They require mortar, and I think you need the chisel to like you need like chiseled bricks. It's kind of one of those things where it's like I don't think this is actually going to be all that useful for me, but I guess it's kind of cool that they exist. They'd be good as like a decorative item, but I don't think I'd use them as like an actual functional one. Okay, okay, I'm pretty sure we need 6 total. And I have been voiding rocks this time. I found out since that rocks, once you get to the steam age, are just infinitely regenerable. Like you just make a rock crusher. Which I'm pretty sure... Let me double check. I'll check the quests because... unless they change something, it doesn't require... What does it say for this? It doesn't really say... Where do I find this? Format error. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't say anything about finding it in the beneath. Oh, wait, it does. Wait, no. What? Hill 1 Cowlin Clays. What is that? Deep, deep underground past the bear. Okay. It does point out that you can get Cowlin from the beneath. Lush Hollow is where we need to go. Anthracite. Oh yeah, that's a fuel. Okay. I might look into that. We might not go on an expedition. We might actually just go to the beneath. Because I kind of want to try and see... Oh, wait, what the heck? Is there a graphite glaze? Okay. What was I looking for? Early automation. I need to look at rock crusher. Cobblestone generator box. It can make any raw stone or cobblestone. Take any raw... Oh, it can take cobblestone now? Okay. The previous iterations, you needed the raw stone, and you couldn't just use the cobblestone. That's actually way better, because you can just make cobblestone out of rocks. So it's actually much easier than carrying around the raw stone, because raw stone's a little bit more difficult to get. The main difficulty came from the fact that, like, you had to make sure you didn't use up your last piece. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, see, the rock crusher gives us infinite rocks, so there's no real point in me holding on to them. Torches. Actually, well, no, that's fine. Okay, we need to pop some more rocks. Popping and rocking. Probably you, maybe? No. I kind of broke. That's okay. We'll just go another layer in. We're kind of clearing this so that we can use this area anyway. I don't know if this is... Like, I might set up a little house here. I don't know how much time we're going to be spending in this place in particular, because there are some other places that I really want to focus on. Although, once we get a mining hammer, which we'll be able to do once we get into the, Copper Age. Once we get a mining hammer, it'll make doing tunnels like this much easier, so that might be when we start doing stuff like that. I'm pretty sure I need 6 pieces of raw stone in order to make... Actually, I think I need 9. Because it's 6 for the quern. Right? Quern, 3 smooth, which is why we have the chisel, and 3 raw. And then the hand stone itself is another 3 raw stone. Yeah, so we need 9 pieces of raw stone. And also, I can probably use my torch instead of a cane in here. Up. Oh, this is going so great so far. Yeah, 4 pieces. I am kind of... This is kind of an inefficient way of getting these raw rocks, but considering we're using this to like clear space as well, that's the main reason why I'm doing this and not something else, or not trying to get it the other way. Okay, and that one back there. This does eat through my hunger, though, unfortunately. All this block breaking. Okay, and the next part is unsupported. Gotta get some supports in there. This is only... this is a slightly weird hallway because it's only 2 wide instead of being 3 wide, or 5 wide, I guess. Like, it should... Well, I guess it's 4 wide. Because this hallway could be slightly larger, but of course this is like, you know, it's a hallway. Maybe I should start branching out. I think I'll branch out and do a room. Actually, yeah. Let's just go ahead and get rid of all this part. Oh, build up on rocks again. Can I just... Okay, I can't just control. Oops. No, I want those bones. I want them bones. Okay, and we'll start doing a branch out in this direction as well. I guess I could also just, like, go the distance. Going for speed. You know, it's probably not a good idea to do the middle one, now that I think about it. If I do the edges, I can get 2 from each layer that I'm going. Okay, we're up to 7. I need 2 more. Okay, and then this part is unsupported, so let's try and get some supports in there. Ba-ba-da-da-da-da. Ba-ba-da-ba. I like how much FPS we get in this section, though. Fast. 140 FPS. Go! No, we're back. We're dropping. It's okay. As long as it stays over, like... I mean, as long as it stays over 60, I'm happy. Obviously, I want more than just 60. But I'm happy with 60. I think, for me personally, I think that, I'm not a huge stickler about FPS. Just because, like, I don't know, old games had really low FPS as well, and I love them. The thing is, like, consistency for me, right? Like, it's one thing if a game plays at, like, a steady, like, heck, even if we're talking about, like, older games, like 30 FPS. Yeah, there's a difference between a game that plays at, like, 30 FPS and maintains it the whole time versus a game that plays at, like, can play up at higher FPS but keeps, like, constantly jumping back and forth between what FPS it's at. Because, like, I don't mind if a game drops down. Ooh, pretty. I don't mind if a game drops down. Or hold on. I don't mind if a game has low FPS as long as it keeps it consistent. Because I hate it when you're playing a game and it's like you maintain. It tries to, like, maintain, like, 120 FPS or something like that, and then, like, it will just drop down to, like, 90 FPS, which is still pretty good. But, like, the fact that it made that jump is what I feel is, like, more noticeable than anything else. Because if it just maintains a steady, like, 60 or 30 FPS, I'm not going to necessarily notice that it's at a lower FPS. But if it does any jumps, I'm gonna notice it. Okay, smooth shale, raw shale, bam, 1 corn, and 1 handstone. Let's go put this in here for now. I'm sure we'll move this, but it's gonna be in here for now. Yippee. Okay, and then I should be able to, first of all, let's eat this garlic. My character is hungry. And maybe go down to the lake and drink. You know, I gotta be real with you. Okay, what temperature is it? It is currently -2 degrees Celsius. This water is gotta be like the crispest water. The just such a good drink of water from there. It's gotta be like the most crisp you've ever tasted. And it's probably pretty clean. I know it's like literally a lake, so it's not like, you know, it's not gonna be like it's probably not as good as like glacial water or something, because I feel like glacial water doesn't even have little guys living in it, but still. Like if I was out in the wild, I'd probably be fine with drinking from a lake like this, seeing as I didn't have any other options. What was I doing? Oh, right, rocks. Okay, so now I should be able to grind this up at the quern. This is so much nicer than the previous way. Oh my god, look at that. Okay, we got crushed salt ore. Now this, I'm pretty sure this gets hit with a hammer first. You hit it with a hammer, turn it into impure, and then the impure gets submerged in water, and then this we can actually quern again to get edible salt. Okay, yeah. So I need a hammer. I never did make a stone hammer. Rocks? I've been dumping all my rocks. God, the one time I need rocks. Okay, I'll just slap a piece of the wall. Single rock? Okay. Let's see. I think it's this or this. There we go. God, the recipes, the napping recipes honestly have been burned into my skull at this point. Oh, cool. Stone tools. Yeah, no, that's a great quest to get. Not like I've already done that. Yippee. Okay, now I can grind this up for edible salt. I much prefer this as a bit of progression. Like early ore processing, I'm really glad that they added this in, because like it's so nice being able to do some kind of ore processing from the start, as opposed to just not really, even if it's like more difficult to do. I'd much rather do that than, you know, other things. Okay, so that doubled the life of that. And then this should double the life again, or double the life of this one. Okay, so we got salt. Now, our next step, I think, is to smoke it, right? It's in this section. Oh, I need string to do smoking, though. Okay, meat must be brined before smoking. Okay. That's probably why I've never had it work out. Okay. Well, I guess let's just cook the meat then. I don't have any logs. Wah. Okay, let's put up a couple things. Let's put up that. Okay. I need more storage. Okay. Let's go chop down a tree or something somewhere. I also would like... I would also like animals. I need to go kill some animals. That's really what I need to do. I need to go take a break and go kill some animals. So let's chop down this pine tree. We'll chop down this pine tree, get our... get our meat cooked so that we can take it out with us. And then I think we should go out and try and see if we can hunt down some animals. Because we need leather in a bad way. Actually, we could try and make the leather first. Do I have anything that gives tannins? Hold on, let me check Ah, no. What is it called? Oh, no. It's got two ends. Okay, that's probably why. Birch, chestnut, fir, hickory, maple, oak, and sequoia. And these ones, which I don't have, and are weird textures because they're not part of the vexed visuals. Okay. I do have maple trees, and they should be growing soon. Yeah, hopefully fairly soon. Um, we are at the hour mark for our stream, though. Hello, everyone. If there's anybody new who's watching and you haven't hit that follow button, make sure you give that follow button a little click. Really helps out the channel. It'll help us reach our goals, and it lets you know when I go live. Okay, so we're gonna cook this meat. It'll probably only take a minute to cook, so I'll probably just use this one of these logs. And then I'll just put the rest over here. It's probably not a good idea to put that right next to the place where I make fire pits, but whatever. I'll just remember to move it before we use it next time, right? That's probably what will happen. I'll remember. I should make a large vessel. I should make a large vessel. How many logs do we have here? I might need more logs. I would need more clay, though. Yeah, that's the thing. I need more clay. I'll put these over here. What we really need is, I need to find a muskox. Because with a muskox, we can uh we can get wool. And with wool, we can get string. And with string, we can smoke meat. And we can do other things. I can make a bow with string too, which is pretty important. So far I've just been hucking spears at things, which generally works, but then they have the spear, or at least I don't have a spear. So it does cause us some problems. I guess it would cause significantly more problems if the animals I was hunting, like, got the spear and then tried to use it on me. I'm glad the animals aren't smart enough to use spears, but, like, I don't trust them. Like, what if they learn? Okay, cooked venison. More meat. We are going to be protein boys. We're basically eating. We're doing that one diet from the guy who was always like practically naked, and Liver King. That's his name. That big hunk of a man. Hunk? I mean Hulk, probably. I don't know. I guess he's fairly attractive. I mean, I'm not gonna say he's bad looking. I think he's fine. But that was a hulking man that really did he really did just not wear clothes most of the time. Like, this was a guy who was constantly in his, like, basically like in swimming trunks all the time. I guess they were probably like basketball shorts, but they fit pretty tight, I guess. Which, honestly, I know, like, there's a lot of things with the Liver King and like his stuff. I mean, he used some what we would call performance enhancing substances to achieve his look. But I'll be real with you, like, if I put that much effort into my body, I probably wouldn't wear that much clothing either. So, got to give it to him there. All right. But anyways, that's what we're doing. We're just eating raw meat. Well, I guess I'm cooking it, but that's to preserve it. We're not eating raw meat. We're not eating cooked meat because because, like, why would I mean, I don't know. Why did the Liver King not like cooked meat? Was he afraid of it? Like, he's probably not afraid of cooked meat, but, like, I think there's like this weird idea that, like, this is like a whole rabbit hole you could go down, but, like, there's this weird idea that some people have that, like, cooking foods, like, degrades the natural, like, vitamins and minerals and all the good stuff in the meat. or in like the food, which is really weird considering that's like kind of the exact opposite of what cooking does. Because like part of the reason why cooking was such a big thing for the early humans to develop was because it like helped unlock nutrients that the body can't normally access, which I guess is mostly a thing with like vegetables, but it's probably a thing with meat too. I mean, like, you should be cooking your meat anyways because like that can cause problems if you don't cook your meat. What is that over there? Is that a guy? What are you? It's sleeping. What is this? Who are you? Is that a saber-toothed tiger? It is. Okay. Now, I have a... Oh, wait. This is too much. Hold on. I have a slight strategy when it comes to stuff like this. It's called get on this pillar. I want to make myself another javelin. And I'm gonna... Oh my god, it's here. Ow! Oh my god, it's killing me. Eh. Parkour, parkour, parkour. Okay, it can reach up. It can reach up. It can get higher. Owie. We'll just keep running. We'll just keep running. The strategy didn't work. We're cooked. Okay, so that was my worry, is that the saber-tooth was somehow able to attack me while I was on my pillar. Which is a reality that came close to coming true. I'm leaving. That marker will be a marker of the saber-tooth territory. Alright. Let's eat some food. You don't go over there. It's saber-tooth country. Why are there saber-tooth tigers here? You guys aren't supposed to exist anymore. Hot springs. There's hot springs nearby. Well, nearby is a relative term, I guess. I'm gonna destroy your environment for that. I'm actually surprised we didn't die. I kind of thought we would end up dying to something like that, but we kind of didn't. I saw what I was doing. Alright, can I sippy from the water? Sippy, sippy. God, I need hot springs to heal. No. Okay. That's another issue with living out here. Where did that saber-tooth go? I'm kind of worried. See, I wish they would add, like, noises for those kind of animals to make more often. Oh, yep, it's up there. Here he goes. Saber-tooth tigering it up. Really upset about him. I want your pelt. I want your skin. I'm gonna go get my planks back. I'm gonna get... I'm talking quiet so that we don't disturb the saber-tooth tiger. Which I don't think he can hear me, but... that makes me feel a lot better. Saber-tooth tigers and polar bears. I thought this place was gonna be safer than the jungle. Which it kind of is. I mean, at least I'm not dealing with roving packs of hyenas. There might be dire wolves, though, which is, an issue. It's definitely an issue. I did not find a limestone biome, but this is where I've decided to settle. I did find some fluxstone, though. I'll have to show you once I get back to, like, my general base area, where what I found. Oh my god, there's an ocean out here? Okay, cool, cool. Actually might be a very large island. I settled here because this place looks really cool, and also these valleys are like flush with resources. We'll get into it more later because I'm kind of hiding from a saber-toothed tiger right now. But this area is like filled with basically every kind of metal we could ever want. And I did find some flux stone in a very interesting place. So we do have access to flux stone that I can get. So we don't necessarily need the limestone. I am kind of sad that we didn't get the limestone because I really like the way it looks. But like, look at this. Look at this. This is another vein of iron and gold. And this is like probably the third one I found. Maybe more, less. I don't know. I feel like I found more. This area is just very flush with resources. White sand. This is going to be useful. We do need sand at some point. Emerald. Thorium. Probably shouldn't touch that. Penguins. Penguins! I didn't know these were in the game. Hi! Are you gonna try to kill me like the others? Okay, they run. They're scared of me. I'm leaving the penguins there. What is this? Sea ice? Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, I didn't realize we lived next to penguins. That's an exciting find. I'm out here hunting, though. I need hides. I need some sort of... I need hides so that I can, like, you know, not die from the winter. What is this? Lead? That probably means there's... Okay, there's bismuth. I need silver. That's the only thing I haven't really found so far is silver. If I can find a source of silver, we'll be pretty good. Graphite, too. That's a little bit harder to find, though. Oh, there's more penguins. Hey, buddies. You are so cute. Is there... Muskox! Okay. Oh my god, there's so many of them, too. There. You don't charge me, do you? I don't think... You're not going to try to kill me, right? I think they're fine. I don't think they try to kill you. Okay. Cute. Okay, muskox is good. I don't want to kill them because I want to domesticate those. We do need some kind of grain, though. Because I don't think I found any sorts of grains anywhere. And let me check. What is this? Fishing nets. Oh. Yeah, I am tired of that. Oh. I definitely need... Oh, sticks, jute. Okay. I have to get that at some point. Wait, I was checking that... but I really hate that stupid organize button that they added. Just to the inventory, just because it gets covered up by those things. I wonder if I can, like... Hold on. This is good. This is good stuff. Okay, hold on. What was I doing? Animals. No, not animals. Wild crops. Wild crops. Let's see. Our one is probably going to be rye, and we can find that at negative 11 degrees. This is the average temperature, and our average temperature here is negative 13. So we will be able to find we might have to travel a little bit to the south in order to find it, but we should be able to find some rye and use that to tame the muskox. Ooh, pretty. Um, because the muskox... Oh, they do have... Hold on, there's probably a thing in here about penguins. There is... Wait, penguin! 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 They don't do anything. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Penguin! Okay, anyways. In here, animal husbandry. Muskox, they only eat grains, and it doesn't say that they eat, it doesn't say anything about them eating rotten grains, so we're gonna have to get them fresh grains. God, that's so pretty. I'm glad we decided to settle here. This is such a pretty bay, too. Is that peat? That's not peat. No, it's just normal grass. Those little obelisks are the structures. These little obelisks, they're just basalt pillars everywhere. Oh. More spruce. Seems like a high upkeep animal. Why did you go for muskox instead of cow? Okay, technically speaking, so first of all, muskox and cow aren't, they aren't comparable. If you're wanting the comparison, the cold weather comparison for cows, it is the yak. Yak produce milk, whereas muskox produce wool. Here's the thing. Sort of, kind of, technically speaking, the cold weather animals are better than the warmer climate ones. Watch this. So, let's see. Yeah. So the sheep here, right? Sheep is our warm weather variant. You also have the alpaca. But right, so sheep, they can have 1 to 2 children, are pregnant for 32 days, and reach adulthood in 56 days. However, they regrow their wool every 9 days, and they can be sheared 60 times if they've never been bred. So you get 60 pieces of wool from a sheep that is produced once every 9 days, right? Alpacas are a little bit better. They have longer gestation period and longer time to reach adulthood, but they can be sheared 128 times and regrow their wool every 6 days. Muskox, now it takes them a long time to grow, right? Muskox have 1 child, they're pregnant for 64 days, and it takes them 168 days to reach adulthood. So breeding muskox is more difficult, but they can be sheared 160 times and regrow their wool every 96 hours, so every 4 days. And this is the common trend that cold weather animals kind of follow. The warm weather animals breed faster, but produce less, whereas cold weather animals breed slower and produce more. So the yak, if we were to get that for comparison to a cow, cows, they have 1 to 2 children, 58 days, 192 days for adulthood. They can be milked 128 times and produce milk every day. Yaks are pretty much the same, longer gestation period, but they produce almost 2 times the amount of milk overall. Now, there is one other reason, and this is partially due to the exact mod pack that we're playing. There's one other reason why I really wanted to settle in a cold area today, or not today, but like this playthrough. It's because they added in low-level tech for generating power, right? So, you know, for create, we have water wheels, right? Water wheels, they want to get away from this. First of all, this uses treated wood. It's nice that it doesn't use the things anymore, which is more difficult to get. But they added in an easier way to produce power, especially on a small scale, and that's the horse crank. The horse crank is just a little thing that you hook up an animal to. Well, let me get back to it. You hook up an animal to it, and the animal just goes around the horse crank, and produces stress units. So if you look through some of the tips and stuff, they want you to, instead of having a big centralized power system with big water wheels and having it all go to one place, they really want you to use smaller individualized setups for those areas. And there's a couple different things that they do that with. We'll look into that more once we get to create. But the cool thing about this, if you go to this page, you'll see there are 3 different categories for the animals that you can hook up to a horse crank: small animals, medium animals, and large animals, of which we have the horse, the mule, the muskox, and the yak. This is the main reason why I wanted to settle here. Technically, we could have gotten horses and mules and used them for the large animals, but I don't know. That would mean they're just producing kinetic stress units instead of also producing things like wool while they're doing work. So that is why I chose to go for the muskox instead of going for like cows or sheep or something like that. Okay, but let's go check a couple other areas where we can find some stuff. I want to check over what's going on over here. I should probably stop running as much. Running does use up a lot of hunger. Now, of course, the thing with the animals and where you choose to live is kind of personal preference. A penguin! I love you too. Um, it's kind of personal preference. I will say, I do wholeheartedly believe that settling in warmer climates is overall a better idea. Just from experience, I would say, especially if you're starting out for your first time playing, or something, I do think it's probably a good idea to start your TerrafirmaCraft or TerrafirmaGreg adventures in warmer climates. So part of the reason why I'm doing it in a colder area now is it is partially as a bit of a challenge to myself, since I've gone the route of the most optimal areas to set up in before, and I kind of wanna test myself and see if I can do better in less optimal conditions. And it also like really changes the way you approach the game. And there are a lot of benefits to being in cold areas. I just think the benefits of being in a warm area far outweigh the benefits of being in a cold area. Okay, more sulfur. Tiny, tiny piles of sulfur. Okay, I am going to be collecting lots of garlic, though. Yeah, that is the main thing. Now, the thing is, I would argue that like it doesn't matter as much. The thing about warm biomes is that warm biomes, you can just grow more food there. So like it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, food does spoil faster in cold biomes, but like you can grow it much more easily. And what was the other thing? Uh Oh, bees work better in warm biomes. Because you have to specifically breed bees in order to make in order for them to function in cold biomes, which isn't that hard to do, but it is like an extra step in getting the bees set up. However, here's the thing. Despite the fact that I literally just said that it's not that big of a deal because you can just produce more food, the good thing about cold biomes is that you can you can make more fully like finished food, because like you can still like store stuff in the cellar after it's been cooked and have it last longer, which means you'd be able to like make a lot more food and keep it in storage so you're not having to spend as much time cooking, which is something that was kind of an issue in my last playthrough, is that I really was spending a lot of time cooking. So that is also part of the reason. However, then again, this all becomes moot because like Terra Firma Greg specifically has a refrigerator that you can make once you get to low voltage electricity, which is better than storing it in a cellar, I'm pretty sure. But like still, you know, that's a pretty far away, and so it's better, especially for the early game, for that. I don't know. Like I said, the whole thing is like decently well balanced. I would still say that warmer biomes tend to be a little bit easier than colder biomes, but realistically, they're so close that it can come down to personal preference, and there's not like a wrong way to play. Oh my god. Oh my god, we're getting raided. I've never seen that before. We're getting raided. To arms, everyone. Gather your weapons. We're under attack. No, hey, thank you so much for the raid, Amethyst. That's so nice of you. Thank you. Hi. I don't think you've joined us, but we've restarted, by the way. Polar bear. Okay. we've restarted our playthrough, actually, so this is a great time for you to be raiding us with people. Um TerrafirmaGreg had a major update, so I started a new world to try out the new progression system at the early game. So we're in a whole new area. Thank you so much for the raid, though, Amethyst. I'm so appreciative. How is it going for you? Let's see. I think I need to travel a bit more south. I think I've kind of explored most of this area over here so far. We need to go a little south to I need rye. I need grain so that I can tame those muskox. Okay. Calm down. God, there's oil sands all over the place here too. I don't know if oil sands are just like more what do you call it? I don't know if oil sands are more common because I mean, I am in shale. I'm in a shale biome. So like shale tends to spawn a lot of oil sands as well. Aw, you've been sick? Aw, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that stream didn't work out for you either. That's really sad. I played Tears of the Kingdom as well. Fun game. Is it your first time playing through Tears of the Kingdom ever, or is this like a repeat playthrough or a nth playthrough? I'm sorry to hear that you're sick though. Let's see. And like I've said before, if you guys are joining me to hang out and I ask you questions, don't feel obligated to answer, because like I'm not gonna force anyone to answer any questions or talk to me. Like if you just want to lurk, let me know. But if you don't mind me asking, how did you, if you have played Tears of the Kingdom before, how do you like it compared to Breath of the Wild? I think that's the big question about Tears of the Kingdom for like everything. Oh, one save for streaming and one for leisure. That's probably a good idea, especially if it's a new game. But yeah, how do you enjoy it compared to Breath of the Wild? You like it more than Breath of the Wild? I I think I like them both pretty much the same. I think there's definitely some things that Breath of the Wild did a little bit better than Tears of the Kingdom, but I think there's quite a few things that Tears of the Kingdom did better. The only thing I will say, the one thing that I really don't like about Tears of the Kingdom. I don't know if you've gotten to the point where you unlock any of the sage powers. But the way that the sage powers work, like activating them in Tears of the Kingdom, is so bad. I'm nowhere near the first person to have an opinion like that, but like they seriously should have thought out the that whole mechanic a lot more. That is not a very good mechanic. Okay, where's south? Which way is south? It's hard to tell. The sun seems to be setting over there, which would imply this is south, isn't it? Is that why it's getting colder? Or is it just the biome? I thought I was heading north. You can't tell. So you can see there's a bit of an issue because we're so high, because we're so far north. You can see that the sky progression is a little bit different. But the shader pack doesn't understand that the moon isn't actually over there. So that's east. That's south, right? Yeah, no, right, because west, that's north. Okay. I haven't gotten to the Tulin, one of my favorite on my stream. Okay. Yeah, Tulin, the crazy thing is, Tulin I'm pretty sure was the first sage that I got as well. I feel like the game kind of pushes you in that direction. Like, I feel like Tulin kind of is the first one you should be getting from a progression standpoint. Ooh, is that a yak? Or a bear? It's good if it's a yak. It's bad if it's a bear. Okay, it's a yak. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the higher elevation does have an effect on the ambient temperature as well, which is part of the reason why I'm getting... Because, like, if I go down into this lower area, it should go down a little bit. I think. I don't know. I just need to head south a little bit, because we need to find a place that's below... Hold on. Where's the crops? I know I just looked this up, but I forgot. No, it's in this section. We're looking for rye, which we have to get to a place that's above -11 or -11 and above, I guess. I like Tears of the Kingdom's gameplay, but the story leaves much to be desired. You're right. The story was a little bit lacking. It didn't feel as connected as Breath of the Wild did, honestly. I feel like is there light down here? Oh, it's lichen. Okay. I was just like, is there lava down here? No, I think you're right, Bones. I think you're right that like that is generally how it works in this version too. I don't think they changed that much about it. The only issue I have, like, I'm so used to the sun and moon in Minecraft just doing the progression straight across the sky. The fact that it's over there, I need to remember, like, the sun is going to be in the south because we're at such a northern incline. So, oh hey, here's our lake. We're back home. Right over there is where, here, I'll show you guys. See, this is where I've kind of been settling. I'll show you guys. I've got a little area over here. I don't think we're going to be building our... But first of all, look how pretty this area is. Like, first of all, I just want to point out how pretty this place is. But second of all, I've got a little area over here where I've got some stuff going. Not a whole lot, but some. Okay, let me slurp up some water. Crisp mountain lake water. I need to start a pit kiln for some things. Hold on, give me 1 second to double check. Okay. No, I think that what is it called? I liked the individual storylines in Tears of the Kingdom, but I think it's true that like the storylines didn't the storylines I didn't feel like they were as connected, right? Because in Breath of the Wild you had all the stuff with the champions, and obviously all of those stories were very well interconnected. Because like that was like kind of the whole thing. But like in Tears of the Kingdom, I liked the individual stories. Like I liked meeting back up with Riju and like and what, Sidon? I think it's just Sidon. Sidon and let's see, what were the other ones? Tulin, I guess. I like Tulin as a character, but like he wasn't really as big of a character in Breath of the Wild. I think he was still like a child, like a small child in Breath of the Wild. So it wasn't as exciting getting to see him per se, but I did like him as a character. And then what was it, Yunobo for the other one? Yeah. Which, like, the Sage stories, obviously they are connected because it's like part of the greater, like, oh, we're finding out that we're sages, which has always been like a big staple for Legend of Zelda. But I did feel like each character's individual story didn't feel as if it was really connected in as much as it was with the champions. So, but I mean, hey, I mean, we got adult Purah, which was really nice, and she took center stage, which is good because she was fan favorite of the original game. Okay, I'm gonna make a large vessel. Yeah, large vessel. Okay. I've got a cat now too. The cat has shown up and is demanding attention. Hi there. Yes, you are demanding pets, aren't you? You're such a demanding little baby sometimes. He's very much wanting pets today. We need pigs too. I'm gonna have to import pigs. Okay. I need an area to keep all my animals. But yeah, I like the gameplay in Tears of the Kingdom a lot more than Breath of the Wild 2. I feel like they really refined a lot of the things. Low key, I kind of like the fuse system that they added. I like it more than just what the normal Breath of the Wild stuff was. Because I feel like it does a lot to help the I feel like the durability mechanics in Breath of the Wild were interesting, but like I feel like the fact that so many weapons had such low durability kind of really hurt things because it felt bad that you couldn't keep a weapon for a very long time. I guess like the thing was once you got further on in Breath of the Wild, you started unlocking better and better weapons that that did more things. But earlier on, it's kind of felt like it felt very frustrating having to pick up so many weapons when like some of them barely lasted like a few hits. And I think the fuse system really helped that because like sure the weapons still do kind of break pretty quickly, especially like basic weapons, but you could fuse higher tier materials to lower tier weapons and make them a lot more manageable or make it like because that felt better than having to like hunt down weapons. Because like you can keep like theoretically like you can keep a very large amount of fuse materials on you, but you can only keep so many weapons on you. I think is the big difference. You know? Hmm. Yeah. Who's a good little kitty cat who's sitting in my standing in my lap? She's not sitting. She's standing. Stando. Stand up. She's got to stand. Do do do. Speaking of which, JoJo Stone Ocean is getting animated from what I've heard. I don't know how many people in chat are JoJo fans. Probably a high percentage. Who's a good little giddy? Yeah, one of these days, once I get some more production value, especially once I'm able to make affiliate and start getting a little bit of revenue off of this, one of the things I want to do is put some money back into the stream and get us a cat cam. Now you can't normally see like I wouldn't have the cat cam when she's like coming to get attention and for pets, but I have a really big desk, and on one of the corners of my desk I have like an area for my cat to like sleep. Right now it's an Amazon box. I ordered some supplies off of Amazon, stuff that I couldn't get, well, would have been harder to source from other places, I guess. Um I know I've been trying to avoid using Amazon because I know like obviously Amazon like it's better to go to like local places, but does it really matter as much if I'm buying stuff from China in the first place? I feel like at that point it's kind of the same storefront because I bought like some cooking supplies. Um, anyways, I took the box from the Amazon order and I put a throw blanket in there for her to enjoy. So but then during the winter, during the colder months of the year, I have a heated bed that I let my cat or I give my cat to stay in um, during the colder months. So it's a really cool heated bed too. I'm sure anybody who's been a fan of the channel for a bit has probably heard me talk about this heated bed, but I really just want to talk about it more because like it's such a fun little. It's so cold here. Tundra. um it's such a fun little invention that like I feel like is it's the kind of thing that like feels like a really obvious thing and something that maybe we should have had for a while now, but I'm so happy that they exist now. I'll chop these down later. I don't want to sit here and chop trees. Um, it's a heated bed that it only turns on when the cat is in the bed. So the cat, it has like a pressure sensor on the inside of the bed, and whenever something is pressing down on that sensor, then is when it activates and heats up the bed. So it's a really cool invention because it means I can just like set up the bed and I don't have to like specifically turn it on at a certain time to so it can heat up for my cat. And it's also not like staying on while the cat is not using the bed. And I feel like it's such a neat little invention that it's kind of crazy that it didn't exist before. I wouldn't be surprised if part of the reason it didn't exist before is for like safety things, because I am also slightly worried that one day that thing's gonna catch on fire. But so far it hasn't, and so we're doing pretty good. Um, I think the odds of it catching on fire are fairly low, but you know, with like electronics and everything, the odds of an electrical fire are never zero. So you always got to be a little bit careful about that, and just make sure that everything is set up properly so that it has the least chance of catching on fire. And I do have a fire alarm, a smoke detector in here. I have a smoke detector specifically for this room because this room is like my computer room slash workshop area. And so I do have machines in here. And sometimes they run when I'm not necessarily watching them. But it's like when I'm home, I'm just in a different room. Like the bedroom's like adjacent to this room. Actually, I guess that's a lie. It's not adjacent. It's across the hall, which I guess isn't technically adjacent. Unfortunately, no Greg Tech machines. I do have a 3D printer though. So, if that counts as a Greg Tech machine, then yes. I actually have two 3D printers, but I never got around to making the one work. I really need to do more work on in my workshop while I'm in here. I got a lot of crazy stuff in this room. I've got a server. I've got 3D printer. Ooh. Okay. It's just a ravine. The ground opens up. I've got. Let's see. I've got. I do have a 3D printer. I technically have two. Actually, that's a lie. I technically have three. I have two filament printers, one that works and one that doesn't. It should work. It's just, see, here's the thing. I know a decent amount about 3D printing. Like I know how to run 3D printers and everything. And like I even know, ooh, there's coal here. Wait, if there's coal here, is there diamond here? This might be a source of graphite. Hello. Coal boulder. Colder. Okay, this is cool. This is exciting news, actually. Um, coal. Source of coal. Okay, this is Pog. um, oh my god. Help. Help. Jeez. Snow. Okay. Um, the thing is, like, I know a decent amount about 3D printers and everything, but my tech level, my ability to use 3D printers is slightly below the skills required to use this other printer. And it's mostly because I just haven't like bothered putting in the time to learn as much. But it's a little bit more finicky. It's a better printer than the other one I have. And it was more expensive back when I had, you know, more disposable income. Uh, but I have a cheaper one that's just like it's a relatively cheap. Honestly, 3D printer technology has gotten really cheap recently. You can buy off of like Amazon or what, I'm sure you can find other retailers other than Amazon that could sell you something like this. But you can get pretty decent printers that sell for only like $200. I think the one I have was like 200, 250. And it basically just works straight out of the box. The only downside to those pre-built printers is like they're a little bit more rigid. It's harder to like customize them. So they really work as like a basic an entry point for 3D printing. But then I've got a more expensive one that I should be able to I really need to work on to get it actually working so I can use it because it is a nicer printer. I just don't know how to use it yet. But then on top of that, I do also have another 3D printer. This one was gifted to me by... That's a polar bear. By a friend of mine. Gifted me a 3D printer that does resin. And I haven't used that one a whole lot recently because it gives off bad fumes that really stink up the room. So that's not fun. But B, it turns out that kind of resin that you use for 3D printing, there's a thing that happens where if you are exposed to those kind of fumes for long enough, you can build up what's called like a contact allergy or something like that. You build up an allergy to... Oh, those are wolves. Those are dire wolves. I'm not going over there. Caribou. Ooh, caribou. Caribou. You can actually develop an allergy to those kinds of fumes that come from the resin printers. And so obviously, I'm not a huge fan of that. I don't want to have fumes. Will you die already? There we go. So I kind of can't really use that printer right now. What I need to do is like set up an area that I won't have to, like, we'll have better ventilation and I won't have to breathe the fumes. There was a crazy set of circumstances. There's a crazy story along with that. So like I had this resin printer, and it's please don't go near the saber-toothed tiger. Why would you go towards the tiger? It's nocturnal, but please don't go towards the tiger. I want to stab you with my spears. Oh god, it's running straight towards the tiger. You're running right at it. You're bro. Okay, I don't know why that spear missed. Hold on, I gotta lock in for a second. Oh my god, you've got to be kidding me, dude! He's doing this on purpose. Ah! It's going for the reindeer. It's going for the reindeer. Hold on. Maybe he'll kill it for me? Or I could throw spears at the tiger. I could throw spears at the tiger. Oh my god, I missed. I can outrun the tiger. I've tested this before. I can outrun the tiger. He killed it. He killed it. He killed it. I don't want to outrun the tiger. It's gonna come at me. It's gonna try to kill me. Hey, buddy. Maybe go somewhere else. I want the meat from that guy you just killed. Alright, hold on. If we can get to where he killed the reindeer, then maybe. What if I just start hucking spears at it? Do you think that would be a good idea? Hey, where's the loot from that guy you killed? Hold on, we go up here. Do I have? I do. Hold on. This might be a dumb idea. Watch this. Wait, actually, up here. All right. Have at thee. I missed. I can't throw away my other spear. Okay, I do have... Hold on. I'll make a third spear. No. Put that in there. Third spear. Okay. Die. Okay, I hit it. It's not coming after me. Bro. Okay, he didn't aggro. Alright, hold on. I promise I'll get back to the 3D printer store. I know that's what you're all here for in actuality. Dude, Dude... My spear. Oh, he's coming! Oh, he run! Him run!
Okay, okay. I know there was another spear I threw around here somewhere. Okay, he's not watching me anymore. Where did all that meat go? Did it just eat the meat? I mean, that's probably like a good thing. They probably should eat the meat. Oh, there's my spear. Okay. We just gotta chuck as many spears as possible at this thing. Hey, buddy, I don't know how much health you have. Where'd he go? We need a bow. Where did he go? Oh, oh, parkour, 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 parkour! Oh god. Oh my god, how many spears does it take? Oh my god, I missed. How many spears do I have? Give me. They start to run away once you damage them enough. Cowards! Yeah, it's running away. That means it's low on health. Whoa! 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 We got him! We got him, chat! Okay. What did he drop? Ah, delicious tiger meat. Ah! Ah! Snow! Okay. This place is dangerous. Okay. Man, it's a good thing we didn't fall. That's part of the reason why I avoided falling into... Or I tried to avoid snow during that encounter. Okay. Well, that was fun. Alright. Okay. Let me take inventory of what I have. Okay, we have some raw grand feline, so we got some tiger meat. Put that in our vessel. We got a saber-tooth tiger fur. We did get a couple other things. We got some bones and whatnot. Okay, that meat and that tiger fur. I really need the tiger fur. Tiger fur was the big thing. Hello, welcome to the channel. Oh god. Thank you so much for the follow. Nomsy, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Yeah, it is a little bit of a it's a little bit of an uncommon thing to stream, I would say. I don't think enough people are committed to something like this. It is a massive mod pack, to be fair. What was I doing? Okay, before the tiger thing happened. Which, speaking of which, actually, we're coming up on 2 hours into stream. If you guys are new here, I do stream for 4 hours when I do stream, so we will be going for another 2 hours. We're halfway through stream, so welcome. Thank you guys so much for being here. If there's anybody else who's not following yet, who is enjoying the content, you know, make sure you give that follow button a little click. It really helps out the channel. It'll help me reach my goal and eventually get monetization at some point. And you get to know when I go live. Let's see. I come from Greg Tech New Horizons community, but love TerrafirmaGreg. Wish more people play the game. I do too. I have a friend. So I didn't really start with Terrafirma or with Greg Tech New Horizons, but I have a friend who really likes New Horizons. And they have a little server that I go and play with them sometimes for Greg Tech New Horizons. Personally, I have a background much more in just Greg Tech, or not Greg Tech, in TerraFirmaCraft. So this is actually the first mod pack I'm playing where I really get to like do anything with Greg Tech. But so far, I enjoy TerraFirmaGreg a little bit more than I do New Horizons. Because I feel like the progression, especially at the earlier part of the game, is a little bit better. But that's more personal preference. I also prefer newer mod packs anyways. Oh yeah. Yeah. Just the fact that just the fact that TerrafirmaGreg has is a newer mod pack too is a major bonus. I was looking for a place to get some water, but this is all salt water. Ooh, really? That sounds really nice, cuz like I thought the early game was a little bit whack. On my friend's server, we haven't been playing for too long. So, we're only at like the we're kind of close to getting medium voltage. We have access to we've done the first part with the yeah. Um we've gotten the first part of what do you call it? Twilight Forest. We've gotten into Twilight Forest, so we have access to aluminum, small amounts of aluminum. We don't have access to like large amounts just yet, but small amounts is good. God, I need to find a place that's slightly less cold. Just a little bit less cold. I gotta eat my food too. Hold on, give me a second to eat this food. Um there we go. Okay, good. So I am very much enjoying some of the things with New Horizons that I enjoy a little bit more than TerraFirmaGreg. I really like some of the older mods that we just don't really have analogs for anymore. Things like Thaumcraft and what's that other one? Thaumcraft and Forestry. I'm having a lot of fun with the Forestry bees and with Thaumcraft in New Horizons. And like I said, we just kind of don't. Where did that guy go? Where did he go? Hello? Where did you go? Where? Probably went this way. Um, so like those are really fun. I don't really do much of the magic side of GT. Yeah, I like magic mods. So it is a favored part for me. I do like magic mods. I get why people don't though. Especially when you're talking about something like Greg Tech where it's kind of supposed to be more technology based. It is a little bit weird having the fusion between that. Um so I don't know. As far as Thaumcraft updating, I'm not 100% sure if it's updated recently or not, but I know that like Thaumcraft is updated kind of since I last played. It's on like what Thaumcraft 4 now, which uses the system where you have the thermometer and you go around scanning everything. Which personally, I'm not a huge fan of the thermometer and the changes they made between like Thaumcraft 2 and 4, but it's not bad. And like I said, the real issue with or the reason why I like Thaumcraft a lot is because like you just don't really get a whole lot of other mods. Oh my god. Let me out. Oh god, okay. God, I'm gonna die to this stupid snow one of these days. Okay. Luckily, I do have my spawn point saved back at where my house is. I was able to make a bed and save my spawn point. But I still don't want to die. And I haven't died yet in this playthrough, and I would like to keep it that way. So I'm just gonna have to avoid snow as much as I can. Um, let's see. But yeah, it's kind of crazy that. Oh my god, guys! There's a baby bunny. I didn't know you guys could be babies. Hi. I've never seen a baby bunny in this game. Oh my god, it's so precious. Hi! Yeah, you can hippy hoppy away. I didn't know you could breed them. I kind of had the idea that you might be able to, but like I never really tried breeding them. Maybe we'll have to have some baby bunnies later on, just for fun. I know you can't like actually domesticate them. I think. Okay, I'll go back on that because I don't actually know for sure. This is where we entered into this this place. When we sailed across the sea to get here, this is where I entered. Okay, maybe I do have to take a boat to the south to get grains. Okay, maybe I do go back and find my canoe. Because we actually... Oh, God, is there even any land nearby? Let's go. Let's cross the river a little bit. Ba-ba-ba-ba-da-da. Here we are. I was talking about my 3D printers earlier, and I got distracted by the whole thing with the saber-toothed tiger. Um, Now, I do also have Parkour installed, by the way, for those new viewers in chat. I have made some slight changes to my installation of TerrafirmaGreg. So there are a couple things that aren't standard. Oh, there's the penguins. Amethyst, I don't think you were here when we discovered that we had penguins, but I'm about to show you penguins. Um, so like, look at these guys. I do have Parkour, so that it lets me do you saw that during the tiger fight when I was able to like parkour away from the tiger. Yeah, look at these guys. This is the best part about living here is that we have penguins. Okay, is this Ruby or Railgar? That's really important. This is a good resource to have. This stuff is what is this stuff used for again? There's a thing that I get out of this that's really good or really useful. Antimony. Antimony is part of making batteries. So having access to this is extremely good. I know, the penguins really are so cute, aren't they? Make little tinkly noises when we walk over them. Oh, is there a little waterfall over there? That looks really cool. I might be able to get fill up some water, or at least... Is it a hot spring on the beach? Hold on. We gotta make an emergency stop to the... Oh, okay, maybe not here, though. So, the story behind the resin 3D printer, I already explained how, like, having too much of the resin... Oh, this is a really nice place. The resin... Like, too much contact with that resin and, like, breathing in those fumes will cause you to develop an allergy to resin. So, we very much want to avoid that. And I had some plans. I had this whole plan, this whole idea, chat, okay? I had a plan. I was going to... Alright, I didn't think that would remove that block, but whatever. Oh my god, look at this little waterfall, though. Isn't that so cute? So, I had this plan to build this whole enclosure for my resin printer. Because, you know, the whole thing was like, I need to ventilate this thing somehow. So I was like, okay, I'll make a thing. I can construct a chamber out of like some wood. I can build a wooden frame, and then I can put like you can get this like the nylon like the tent material that you use, you know, for making tents. And I was gonna like sew together a nylon tent for this resin printer, and then have a hole cut in the side to where I could attach like one of those like 4-inch vents like you would see on like a dryer, like, you know, a dryer vent, and have like I have like a fan, an inline fan that attaches onto one of those vents and can suck the air out and move it somewhere else, right? That was the plan. Then I realized it turns out you can just like buy a box from the store, like a tote box made out of plastic, and just cut a hole in the side. So I spent like months designing this whole thing and like coming up with these ideas, and I even gathered some of the materials to make that chamber. And then I realized everything I did could be solved with a like a $5 box from Walmart, and yeah, so that's probably what we're gonna do with that. Okay. Um. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Now, lady, what's cooler than being cool? God, I don't know why. That's one of those songs that like is like permanently stuck in my head. That's a really cool mountain, though. Okay, we're gonna have to take the boat out. It is far too cold here to grow rye. We need to import some plants. So I think we're gonna have to take the boat out and go off on a bit of an adventure to try. There's another caribou. Ooh, ooh, ah, caribou. Ooh, ha ha, caribou. Stab. With the caribou, I can make clothing. Caribou, caribou. We hunt the mighty caribou. Hiya! Okay. I feel like that wasn't my fault. Caribou. Did it break my spear? My spear got broken by a little bit of grass. Look at the little baby muskox. Caribou. Come on, die, buddy. There you go. Haha! Caribou. Caribou. Okay. We have a lot of leather now. We have a lot of fur. Okay, look at this. This is one of those structures. I think they mentioned there's loot in these things. Like I said before, I'm not too sure how much I enjoy this kind of thing in like TerrafirmaCraft. Okay, supposedly some of these structures are supposed to have loot. I don't think this one does though. Caribou. Caribou. Stab the caribou. All right, we got to get back to base though, because I'm starting to run out. Redstone? Redstone, maybe? Redstone! We have found redstone, chat. This is one of the other resources I was missing. That is an amazing find, because we are going to need redstone at some point. So now we kind of have an idea on where redstone is. I just need to find my way back to my base. Please no snow, please no. Okay, good. Caribou. God. There's so many animals here, which is a good thing. Having access to all these animals is good. I need grains to feed them with. And the other issue is we're going to run out of time to grow them. See, it's already -5 in this area. And in order to grow rye, I'm on animals. Why am I on animals? I need crops. Crops. Oh my god, that's not... Rye. Rye will go down to -11, but I'm pretty sure during the winter it's going to get much colder than that here. It's currently late summer, so we are nowhere near the coldest parts, which is why we've been out hunting. What is that? Is that more garlic? You're just more garlic. I actually am kind of full up on garlic right now. Okay. Where are we? I guess I should be heading back more towards this area. I think that's the big mountain that is near our base. So let's head over in that direction. I'm really glad we have the walking cane too. Being able to walk up these blocks without having to jump is so nice. Yeah, the only thing that grows out here is garlic. And even that, I'm pretty sure during the winter it's going to get too cold for that garlic. The stuff we have. I should probably claim that chunk where... Well, no. The crops, I don't think it matters if you have the chunk that they're in claimed. Wait, hold on one second. I had to sneeze. I don't think it matters for like things like the crops if the chunk is claimed. Obviously, it's going to matter once we start getting machines going, but right now, we don't really have to claim chunks. Caribou. Ooh ha ha. Caribou. Getting dark. And we're going up in elevation. The odds of us finding... Actually, let's cut through this mountain this way. It looks like there's an opening out here. Sort of. Luckily, we have parkour installed, which allows me to do this. Oh, God. Okay. It's getting dark, chat. Don't worry. I'll hold your hand so that you guys don't get scared. There could be tigers. What was that? Okay, ignore it. We ignore. I don't. I am calm. I am collected. I am fine. What is this place? Are we in... Or it's still in tundra. Negative average temperature, -16. The average temperature is -16. So it's gonna get pretty dang cold here. God, I know I said no snow, but like, rabbits, hi. Hi. You guys are surprisingly docile. Unlike the penguins run from us. For some reason, rabbits, they fear neither man nor God. Okay. We're gonna have to, like, shovel our way out of the snow here in a second. I can feel it. We're gonna fall in the snow soon. Oh, God, how cold is it up here? It is -5. God, we are in the mountains now. Ah, there's one of my markers. There's our lake! I know where we are now. Please no snow. Please no. Please, please no. Please no. Please no sink in the snow. Please no. Okay, good. Oh, this is such a dangerous environment that I find myself in. Entirely through my own fault. What is this? Quartzite. More quartzite. Yeah, I was talking about this a bit earlier, but the mod pack did add in the Beneath. The add-on for TerrafirmaCraft that adds in that, like, nether-like dimension. Is this redstone? What are you? No, garnet. This is a source of tin. But it did add in the Beneath, which is kind of like a nether-like environment that was made for TerraFirmaCraft. And I'm not a huge fan of the idea. I haven't tried it in practice, so I don't know if I'm gonna like it more in practice. But I didn't want that rock. Get out of here, rock. But it does offer an alternative way to get kaolin clay and graphite. So honestly, we might try it just for that, instead of having to make a giant expedition to the south in order to get... Although, well, okay, I was going to say we also get Kapoke from there, but they also have in alternatives for Kapoke in the Beneath as well, so... It's more cassiterite in this area. Yeah, these mountains are, like, really rich with ores. There are certain spots in this area that are extremely flush with ore and stuff. All right, let's take a little swim. Probably a bad idea to be swimming in, like, ocean, like, mountain lakes at these temperatures, but it hasn't affected us so far. Hey, there's our canoe. I think. Yeah, that's our canoe. Okay. All right, we're back. We're so back. We have to go on a journey to go find rye. We need to go to the south, potentially, and find some rye. Now the issue is if we get lost, then I won't be able to find my way back home. Like I mentioned before, anybody who's more familiar with TerrafirmaGreg, TerrafirmaGreg does have a map by default. It does have a mini-map add-on that you won't have to go through the trouble of trying to figure out where you are. But I decided against using that because I think it's more fun this way. I do have a map mod installed, but we have to make an item for it first. All right, sycamore trees. I really like using sycamore as, like, an accent, especially with maple. Let me double check. Let's wait for a second before I start chopping this tree down. The sycamore gives this really nice yellow wood that I feel like pairs well with maple, right? Maple planks with sycamore accents and maybe some black, like basalt or other stuff, you know? You know, just other stuff. But I guess we are going to chop down these sycamore. Do I need... Hold on. Let me double check what sycamore looks like. Because, like, the barrels... God, that's the thing, though. I don't really like the way that those barrels look. What does it look for, like, pine? Pine is too... Ione. Pine is, it's too white. It's too beige for my tastes. We also have access to, but the only thing is, like, also have access to spruce, and like spruce is too pink. I don't like the way spruce looks either. All right, I'll leave the sycamore tree there. I know we need maple. Maple's gonna get used for a few things. The only question is whether I want to bother with making like a maple chest. You know? I think we're gonna need another axe. I need to make a metal axe. I think that's gonna be one of the first things I make once I get like metalworking. Like once we get an anvil, is I think I'm probably gonna end up making a a copper axe, because I'm pretty sure that any kind of like if you get a masterwork copper item or even like a well-worked copper item, well-made copper item, it's gonna be better than any sort of casted bronze. Even like black bronze, it's still better to like forge it yourself and get the bonuses off of it. Because apparently it has like some insane bonuses if you make it yourself. Like I think I saw something on like because somebody was submitted like a thing to the GitHub, a suggestion asking for like something that could give your items basic enchantments like mending and unbreaking. But the people working on it said that like well forged items, I think they said it gives like a like something stupid like unbreaking 9 or something, like really ridiculous. Ooh, I forgot. Okay, we've got a large vessel. That means I can put some of this meat in there. We got some meat that's about to go bad, too. Unfortunately. This goes bad... Well, okay, about to. It goes bad in 10 days. Okay, I'm gonna need more salt. Okay, 21 days if we keep it in the vessel. Let's go get more salt. I know I definitely don't have enough salt for this. Let me make a couple chests first, though. That's kind of why I got the maple. I think it's 3 of these. I want 3 chests. I guess I'll put it over here. Do I have my... Okay, let me get the hides. Actually, that's kind of all the hides we had. Blubber in here. Hide, hide, hide. See, here's the thing. Watch. I can take this... If I get some string, I can make caribou armor, right? I make this caribou armor so we have, like, warmth... So let's see like this. Warmth 6, insulation 1.5. I think that's going to be on all of them. Yeah. We can also turn it straight into more leather. So I got to get access to string first. But we can do that. Now, the saber-tooth fur gives us warmth 4 and insulation 1.5. As cool as it is to wear the saber-tooth armor, I think it's probably better to just turn it into a rawhide and process it into leather, and then we could cover it with the caribou fur and get much better clothing out of it. Yeah, that's probably what we're going to end up doing, but we still need string before we can make the higher tier clothing, so we'll probably wait on that. I need to go get muskox. I need rye. It's all coming back to rye. Actually, did I have bones in something? The sticks can stab, but this... I'm pretty sure I had bones already. Yeah, some bones there. Raw venison. Why are you in my inventory? Okay, I'm gonna need a lot of salt. We're gonna collect some salt, and then we're gonna process our meats so that we have plenty of salted meats for the time. And then we're gonna go out and we're gonna go find rye so that I can get some guys, so I can get some muskox. Where did my canoe wander off to? A tree? All right, we'll have to figure out wherever the canoe wanders off to. It lives in the river. It can't get out. That's the funny thing, is that the canoe cannot escape the river. Oh, you know what? I came down here to get more salt, but I forgot we already had some salt to process at home. So I'm probably only gonna collect a couple pieces. Oh, that's the wrong. That's not. That's borax. Borax. It's salt. I'm pretty sure there's more salt over here. You can see it all over the floor of the this river. Borax. I could use the borax. It does act as a flux, and I think it's kind of the only thing it does. So we might have to get um more of that. Okay. I think we're good. Am I dying? Am I freezing to death? I don't think I'm freezing to death just yet. A very common occurrence. Very common question to ask myself too is, am I freezing to death today? Oh, there's the canoe. Like I said, it lives in the lake. I don't have the technology to make a lead to tie it up, so it lives in the lake. It's a finicky thing too, and wanders around a bit. Now this is the cool thing. If you've been watching before, this is a slightly different thing that's kind of new for TerrafirmaGreg. Let me just get my salt. I think that was all my salt. So they added some more stuff to do processing at lower levels. So I can go into here and I can take all my stuff. Oh, it's dark in here. I'm going to get ganked one day. There's going to be a guy who shows up and he's in my house and then he tries to kill me. And that's not good. Oh, sorry about that. I get a drink. I talk so much. My throat gets dry. And then I start hacking up. Hack, hack, cough, cough, coughing. See, I can process this and this will make crushed ore. And I can take that and I can put some more. The rich salt. And there we go. And then these ones I can crush up with a hammer. And then we go outside and wash these. Throw them into the lake. Just like I do with swords that determine the ruler of England. Okay, so now we have all this salt. And then I can crush this up for more. I think we're going to need more salt. I'll be real with you. We got a lot of meat while we were out. Ugh, delicious salt. At least we have access to salt. It's a lot rougher when you don't have access to salt, especially for preserving meats. Speaking of which, I need to... What do we got? 20 days, 48 days, 20 days. I'm going to eat this bear. This is from the polar bear we killed to get our bed that you saw inside. These two garlics can be combined. Okay. Yeah, we need a lot more salt. I need at least like 30, 40. Actually, I think it's 50. Hold on. This is 20. This is 20. I need 50 pieces of salt. Okay, let's go get some more salt. Like I said, we process this, we get all the food cooked, then we go out on an expedition to the south to find grains. I probably should have picked up some rye while I was like on my way over here in the first place, but that didn't happen. So there's probably some other seeds we can collect too. But rye is the important one. We need grains in order to tame the muskox, and we need the muskox in order to get wool. And we need the wool to get string. Unless I go and find some spiders to stab. Which, you know, could be a thing. But spiders, spooky. Spooky, scary spiders. Give me salt. Eh, eh, eh. I may just go and I may collect some of the borox while we're here. So that we can just use it for flux. But only if it's like in my way. Oh my god. I'm so glad. This is really lucky that we got this this river here is just flush with salt. That's very easy for us to access. Very nice. Very, very good thing about this area I found myself in. Stonks. Salt stocks are going up. The only stocks I'm interested in are the delicious stocks I use to make my soups. Am I right, everyone? Am I right, fellas? Delicious soup stocks. Definitely the best kind of stock out there. Cane. Wooden cane. I think I can hit people with the cane. I think that's why it's got durability. Does it have an attack damage on it? Doesn't. Deals crushing damage. Yeah, that makes sense. I can beat a skeleton with it if we come across one. Oh god, I'm making burgers tonight though for dinner. I know I'm switching into talking about the real world, so you gotta be fast to keep up. But um, I had gotten some burgers. It was like $4 for this box of burgers. And it had like 2 pounds of burgers in it. They were like pre-made patties and everything. It had like 2 pounds of burgers in it, so I was like, why not? Let's try out this $4 box of burger patties. And let me tell you, chat, it probably wasn't really worth the $4. I made these patties. They were so filled with grease that like you had like a thick layer of it in the bottom of the pan when I was done cooking, because I just cooked it on the stovetop. I guess maybe if I had a grill, that would probably be a little bit better, because then the grease would just end up in the grill, which kind of powers the grill. It makes it stronger, but maybe causes cancer, which, I mean, I don't know. Trade-offs, Um, but yeah, the patties just weren't good. They weren't it. They just were not, they weren't good enough to, like, eat, really. So I'm probably gonna get rid of the rest of that. I don't know. We'll see. But I did buy some actual hamburger meat to make, like, actual burgers tonight instead of that. Because we still had the burger fixins, like the buns and the cheese and the lettuce, and the cheese is kind of inconsequential, but like the patties, the buns, and the lettuce will go bad if I don't use it. And realistically, there's not much to do with burger buns aside from like make burgers. Like you could also like get a sandwich for it. Oh, I forgot to crush this first. I might have to wash it again then. Oopsie. Yeah, I'm gonna have to wash it, and I'm gonna need a new hammer. So so like, it's fine. It's fine that the burgers did that to me. Hold on. I kind of forgot what I was rambling on about. But, that's just kind of how it is. It'll be like you could also make like I was talking about with the buns. Like you can kind of make like what? You do like just normal sandwiches on hamburger buns. There's not like a reason why you can't do that. But like we haven't really been getting. Does the rock salt not crush up? What is this used for then? What do I use this for? Is there a way to turn this into... Okay, so maybe I don't collect the rock salt. Because apparently rock salt can't be turned into normal salt. Okay. The more you learn. But, like, we haven't been getting the fixings to make, like, sandwiches a whole lot recently, because, like, a deli meat, I feel like the quality of deli meat's just been really bad. And every time I get some deli meat, it makes me sad, because it's, like, very low-quality deli meat and isn't good. I mean, you could go to like an actual deli, which I guess is like, you know, the no duh. You can go to a deli and get like real deli meat, and it's going to be better than what you buy that comes prepackaged at the stores. But also, uh, real deli meat's a lot more expensive, and I feel like even real deli meat has been going down in quality. So, womp womp. Oh well, no sandwiches for me. I'll just starve, I guess. But I am upset because they didn't have any reduced hamburger meat at the store. See, what I like to do is I like to go in early in the mornings because they have the store grinds from they grind up the stuff that they cut or that didn't like sell yesterday. And while it's slightly less quality, it's not like super low quality, and it's a lot cheaper. So we love getting a deal on our meats and not dying from it at least. So there's that. Yeah, I think just one log. We'll start with one log. We'll do one log. But the issue the thing is like it's also like a ridiculously like it's a lot cheaper than getting meat for full price. Full price hamburger meat is kind of expensive. Dude, that stuff I don't know where it is what it's like where you guys are, but full priced hamburger meat is like $6-7 a pound. Like more for the it's more for like the more lean stuff. Like I think like lean hamburger meat is something like what like $8 a pound almost. It's crazy. You can get like normal like stew beef at from the counters that's already cut up and everything for like less than just ground hamburger meat. It's crazy. Ground hamburger meat expensive. You know? Let's light this. Okay, there we go. Smoke level 1 warming. Let's okay, I think we're gonna need two. We're gonna need 2 logs. I think this is gonna take me more than 2 minutes. But then again, I can also just take the log off because that I guess that's something you can do in TerrafirmaGreg. You just take the log off of the fire pit and it's fine, even though it was in there. Which I mean like I complain about, but you know, technically speaking, like I think you'd be able to do that in real life as well. It's just I wouldn't I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. I don't know. I guess it doesn't matter. Like I'm sitting here like as if there's some kind of like it's a super bad idea, but like as long as you don't catch yourself on fire, it's probably fine. Yeah, and that's a belief that you can really count on. If you don't if it doesn't catch you on fire, it's probably fine. I'll campaign on that or something. I think I could win election. I'm doing. It'd be a better choice than a lot of other options. Okay, more meats. As they cool off, I can start stacking them. This is the gentle balancing act of cooking this stuff. Is like once it cools off, you can stack it in your inventory. But until then, it has to be separate. Gotta keep them separated. What a weird band, by the way. If anybody's a fan of The Offspring, I really do like their music, but it definitely is indicative of a time period in our culture. There was it like I know we say a lot of people very often say like, oh, you wouldn't be able to do such and such today. Um, but like I feel like music from the 2000s is probably the best example and movies too, actually. Now that I think about it, there's some whack movies from the 2000s that you probably wouldn't be able to make today. You probably shouldn't. Like I was watching and dude, the crazy thing that got me is like how many of like what you would call quote unquote chick flicks fall into that category. My partner got it was a little box set that had a lot of different movies from around that time period. Like first of all, Mean Girls, which Mean Girls is a good movie. There are some slight things in Mean Girls that it's kind of like, you know. Um, maybe something that like if you tried to make it today, which I mean I guess they technically did try to make it today. They did very much do a remake of the of Mean Girls, but technically it was based off of the musical and not the actual original movie, so it's kind of a different thing, but whatever. But also on this box set was movies like She's the Man and what was the other one? She's the Man, Clueless. Clueless was the other one. And these were my first time watching these movies, and I didn't know much about them going in. And okay, so obviously Mean Girls is a goated movie, right? Like I don't think there's much debate out on that. Mean Girls is a good movie. So Mean Girls is automatically like S tier movie. I already I watch Mean Girls on the regular. Even without having like a box. Man, I should watch that tonight. Actually, that'd be a good idea. Thanks for the idea, chat. I know you guys, you guys are really pushing for that one. Um, so like Mean Girls is already really good. I already knew that. Didn't have to be told twice that Mean Girls is a good movie. She's the Man. I watched that movie, and honestly, it's not bad. I think it's all right. It has what? Amanda Bynes, I think, is the one who. Oh, can I? Oh, I can. Okay, that's so much better. Um, and it's really interesting. I did think there were some interesting things in it, especially because like, especially at the start of the movie, I feel like what happened was because I heard that like Amanda Bynes when she was doing She's the Man, that she really much enjoyed the role. They very much enjoyed the role. Like she really liked playing the character and playing as playing as the more masculine character and whatnot. So that's cool. But I feel like at the start of the movie, you could really tell that like the actress Amanda Bynes, wasn't like into the role just yet. There's a period at the beginning of that movie where it's like she's not doing a very good job acting like a man, and it's kind of it's almost to the degree where it's like it's wild that like characters in the show in the movie are treating her like she is so obviously a man by default, when like I feel like she exhibits a lot of behavior that especially during that time period probably would have been called out early on. But like later on in the movie she's doing like a perfect job. Like I can see why they're mistaken with the way she plays the role towards the end of the movie. And that movie was pretty good, I guess. I mean, it had Channing Tatum in it. I didn't really like him. He's just a guy who's there and doesn't seem to really know much about what's going on at any given time, which I guess is just par for the course. Uh, so I would say She's the Man is probably like an A tier movie. I can see why people wouldn't like it because of some of the ways it does certain things, but like also one of those things where it's like this movie product of its time type deal. Is this stale now? Do they have this mechanic now, or is this is just it's okay? I should just eat this soon. Well, I'll take the bear meat with me and the garlic, I guess. We'll leave the rest of this meat behind to be eaten at a later date. Oh god, we're starting to get to the point where the lake is freezing, which is bad for us because if the lake completely freezes over, it's kind of hard to get back into here. But hopefully that's not going to happen. All right, let me put up some more of my equipment. I do need the canoe paddle actually. Put up a couple of this stuff. Don't need that. Don't need that. Or that. Or that. Or that. Or that. Or that. And these rest of ones, I could make a tool rack. But I'm not going to. Okay, let's go get our canoe. We're gonna go try to find rye to feed the muskox and the yaks and everything. We're gonna get some yak boys. Where's my canoe? Where'd that canoe get off to? Oh, there it is. It's on the on land now because the water underneath it froze. Okay, canoe paddle. Get rid of the cane for now. We don't need it. And let's go to our canoe. And let's get out of here before the lake freezes over. Empty compartment. There we go. Okay. I want to put the chest here. Right? Yeah. Do I have my water barrel on me? Okay, actually, let's go grab our water barrel. I don't want to run the risk of being left completely without water um, while we're out. Okay, but anyways, the final movie in the pack of movies that we got, the box set, is Clueless. Now, I like I said before, I'd never watched I never watched Clueless before this point. So this is my first time watching Clueless, and it's a fairly fun movie. I mean, it's got a character that's like, um, a more, I would say, kind of confident female lead who, what is this? Oggle Cosmetics. Cosmetic head. Interesting. Anyways, so it's really fun because like the main character is a young woman who is like her father I think is a lawyer, and she's also she and like her whole thing is basically her like also like using a lot of the same skills that like her father does as a lawyer, but she does it in her own way. um she argues for like things that aren't like, it's not like she's doing law or whatever, but she argues for things and does a very good job arguing, and that's like the main point of the movie is that girl can argue too. What? Right, yeah, you know how it is. um but like here's the thing, the ending, I was gonna say the ending kind of blindsided me, but that's kind of a lie. I kind of saw this ending coming because I kind of picked up on the hints that the movie was giving me. Oh, by the way, guys, get ready for a really cool place. This is how we have to exit this area. Watch this. We have to go through this cave. Oh my god. Let me get Oh, let's not run into things while we're here. Hold on. Where's my Okay, now we can see. Um But like the ending of the movie, and it's such a weird ending because it doesn't have to be like this. The ending didn't have to have this part of the movie. Like it didn't have to do this. They could have done like literally anything else. In fact, they could have just cut this part of the ending from the movie, and it would have been fine, and it probably would have been better too. But the ending of Clueless, the main character like ends up with her stepbrother. Like, what? Why would you do that, movie? It wasn't even like really that big of a thing. Like their quote unquote romance in the movie wasn't even really a thing. Like they kind of talked and poked fun at each other, but like the stepbrother was already always busy helping his uh or their dad. I guess her dad, because I'm pretty sure she's the daughter of the lawyer guy, and he's the stepbrother that I think the thing was is like they his I don't know what happened to the daughter's mother. Maybe she died and then he remarried. I don't remember the stepmother being a character in the movie though. So did she like just did she die? I don't know what I don't know anything about this movie. Like I don't know anything about that part of the movie. I've only watched it once. But like really, why they have to make her end up with her stepbrother? That's weird. That's a weird thing to do, movie. You had me up until the very end where they confirm this like relationship between, and it really is just like a thing tacked on the end. But if you ever watch this movie, like I feel like there should be an edited version of the movie where they just cut that ending part out. All right, where are we? Okay, humid subarctic. Let's keep going. But that's just me. Just a kooky, crazy little guy who thinks it's weird. All right. This is I really like traveling through this area. It is such a pretty place to be, and I love the ice flows. I like how we have to like traverse through the ice flows in order to get to our base. And dude, I'm really excited for once it hits to winter because I bet a lot of this water is going to freeze over. It'll be like Antarctica or something where the landmass changes size a lot. I guess we're in the northern part, so like it's more like the Arctic Circle. But like I from what I know, the Arctic doesn't actually have any land. All the land in the Arctic is just like ice. Um oh, look at that cool underwater icicle. And so technically speaking, the North Pole isn't like an actual isn't an actual like area that you can like stand on. It's not a land mass. It's not like Antarctica that's an actual continent. Anyways, we got so much water. Where our FPS is a little bit jumping down a little bit as we there's a lot of stuff getting rendered while we do this. Do 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 do. I missed the music. I'm gonna bring that back. Oh me, oh my. I honestly, the issue is I have no idea if there are any land masses within an appreciable distance. Um, we're already getting to the point where we could start finding rye if we could find land, but I have no idea where we're going to find land. And I don't want to like go off to the side because if I go off to the side, then we might lose our way back. Because I don't think the landmass that we've settled on, I honestly don't think it's that big of a landmass. I think it's relatively small. I think it's larger than that island I was settled on in my previous playthrough, season 1 of TerrafirmaGreg, if you will. But I think it's still an island, relatively speaking, right? It's still maybe not like an island, but I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like, how big does a landmass have to be before it starts counting as like a continent and not an island? I know, like obviously, okay, the real thing is that it's not a continent unless it's like on a different continental plate. But I don't think we have continental plates in this. We kind of have like the rock transitions, but at what point does it count? You know? I'm on an island, even when you're close. Ba da 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 da. Ba da 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 da. I'm pretty sure that's a Dua Lipa song, isn't it? Dua Lipa's a good song. Good song person. Really like her music. Brandon and we'll say we're good. We could be just never drink your boo. I don't actually know the lyrics. I'm sorry. No, that's one of the cool things. I've mentioned a couple times. I don't think I've talked too much about this on stream. I've mentioned a couple times on stream that I was in choir when I was in high school. It was really fun. My favorite part about being in choir, though, is that you don't actually have to. You sort of don't actually have to learn the full lyrics. Not. I mean, like obviously you should when you're singing. But the cool thing about like singing in a group of people is that as long as everybody has most of it memorized perfectly, it's fine. The odds of like your minor mistake when you're in like a large group of people coming out is very small. And it's one of those things where it's like obviously if you were getting like a lot of it wrong, like if you were getting the melody and like the notes and everything like completely wrong, it would be a big issue. But like if all you're doing is like you don't if all you're doing is like missing up a word or two, and just instead you replace it just with the general sounds that are close to the word, everybody else is going to kind of cover for you at that point, and then you don't have to be absolutely perfect. That's like the beautiful thing is, you don't have to be perfect if you're in a group of people because that's like part of the thing, right? You don't have to all be perfect. You just because other people will help you out. And I think that's beautiful. And I also think that we are out to sea. And it's going to be a while before, because I remember having to go for quite a while before we found land, although not too terribly. Um, God, we keep losing. I have been keeping track of the bit rate over there, and I have noticed that a couple times we have dropped quite a bit of we've dropped a few frames, but at least we're not dropping like we were previously. Oh, I'm hungry and thirsty. God. Oh my God, I could have refilled my. If I had thought about it, I could have refilled my thirst off of that rain. But I didn't think about it. Womp womp. We're also running low on food. What the heck? Okay. I made this journey before and I had much less food on me. So, like, surely we have to run into land soon. Although I guess when when I made the journey the first time, I did kind of stop for a little bit at the I stopped on the ice flows actually to fill up my water, my thirst. So see, that's the big issue is we've got this barrel that we can get water out of, but without a place to like stand, we can't like place it unless I went like under the water and placed it down there and then opened it and stuck my head into the fresh water before the sea managed to get in. Which I don't know, could be a thing. I'm not a podiatrist. I don't know anything about that kind of stuff. Land! I was getting a drink. I was drinking. Oh, land! I remember this place. It's like a volcanic island. Where are we? Subarctic, average temperature -6. This is prime real estate for finding rye. If we find some rye here, it's gonna be pretty pog. Music is kicking up. I gotta check and see if the music for this gets flagged by any of those auto content ID things. It's really annoying, but kind of something we have to deal with. Okay, here we are. Oh, there's maple trees here. All right, let's park the boat here, and we gotta be faster, else our boat will drift out to sea. Technically, I have my saw on me, so if we could just find a place where if I could just find the right trees, I could technically find I could technically build another canoe. And yep, we have the right trees. We have fir trees here, which I could use to make a new canoe. But this is a small island. And I think what we should do, I'm going to place a torch here so that potentially we could find our way back here at a later date. But first, let's fill up on some of the water. Okay. Let me move some of these. I don't really need all of this on my hotbar, do I? Okay. That gets us filled back up on our thirst. I can take my water barrel back. Because these islands aren't really good enough for our purposes of finding rye. But I can use these islands as a guide, right? If I can make my way back to this island, I know that if I just head in that direction, I'll be able to find our home again. You see? This is why I play without a map, because I like doing these kind of things where we have to put a little bit more effort into finding our way around and navigating. So far, I haven't gotten so horribly lost that I can't find my way back home. So that's good. I have gotten lost a couple times, though. Not so bad that we couldn't make our way out, but... And honestly, sometimes being lost is like half of the journey, isn't it? You know? What is a journey without getting a little bit lost every once in a while? You find so many interesting things when you're lost. Like, you find yourself. Who am I? Why am I here? What are we doing? Questions to be answered by someone else. I guess I could answer them for myself at some point, but what would be the fun in that? We take away the fun part of of existing. Okay. Where are we? I bet one of these islands has to have the resources we're looking for. Unless it's just these little volcanic islands. They're very small islands. I'm pretty sure these are near some other islands, though, the last time I came out here. There's a good chance we'll find something. Okay. What's going on over here? I'm not seeing any interesting resources. There's some clay. But other than that, should be good. Should be not anything interesting. And this is the tiniest little island you ever did see. But I see some more landmass out there, so... I had to check. What is my render distance at? I'm pretty sure I have it turned up all the way. It is. It is turned up all the way. Which is good when you're out to sea searching for stuff. Oh me, oh my, oh islands I spy. When are you going to have rye? Because that's what we're out here for. We need rye. Meat? A little bit of meat here? There was a guy who died here at some point, I guess? Oh yeah, this is getting more into proper territory. I remember a lot of this from the initial journey. We should get a kayak. We should get a kayak. Oh yeah. Okay. We're getting into territory that is more familiar. The only issue is I can't tie up this boat. We don't have that. We simply do not have the technology to make a rope that I can tie a boat to. So if I leave the boat, the chances of the boat leaving me rather high. However, fortunately, it's not that hard to make another one. But it would be annoying, so why we try to avoid it. Alright, kelp flowers. Those are actually really useful because they turn into soda ash. Although I'm pretty sure the new updates added in easier ways to get soda ash, so I don't know if it's really that big of an issue. Alright, what's the temperature like here? Alright, it is currently an average temperature of -3. I don't know why I said currently an average, because those are two different metrics. Oh, is this limestone, actually? Dang, did I miss this island when I was initially traveling? Because I wanted a limestone biome. But I guess I moved. No, this isn't limestone. That's not limestone. That's like andesite or something. Okay, I'm gonna check out this island. Oh my god, there's more over there. Oh god. Oh, Easter Island heads looking things. They even have like a nose that's not normal. Framed block. Interesting. Okay, maybe there's rye here. Okay, lots of sulfur, but not seeing any rye. Those look ouchy. Like they would hurt to step on. Owie. I guess that's just kind of how volcanic islands are, right? There's a point where the rock is like not lava, but it's still gonna hurt you if you step on it. All right. Oh wait, what are you? Hold on. Oh my god. Chat, we have found it. We have rye. Yes. Grains. Delicious grains. Oh, delicious. See if we can find a little bit more. I have 11 and 5 seeds. Let's see. Is it really large greenhouse planter? Okay, I would like to find a little bit more, owie. I would like to find a little more, um, rye. However, I don't know if we're necessarily going to have the chance for that. I am running somewhat low on food. Not a super duper, not super duper low. I think we could still make it back fairly easily. God, I hope our boat doesn't go too far. I hope it doesn't drift too far away. It drifted away. Wave after wave. I'm not going up there. There's not going to be rye up there on top of a mountain. Drifting away. That looks like rye, though. Bum ba dum ba dum ba dum ba da ba da ba da ba da ba da. All right, we are past 3 hours now. Hello to everybody who is watching, especially you new viewers. This is barley. That's not what I wanted, but I'll take it. For those of you who are new here, we go for about 4 hours when we stream. So I'm going to be streaming for another hour. So you are in the final stretch of stream today. If there's anyone watching who is enjoying the stream and isn't yet following, you know, it's always a good idea to hit that follow button. It really helps out the channel to help me reach my goals and everything, and you'll get a notification when I go live. So it's really, it's a mutually beneficial arrangement. Okay, my canoe did stay, so it didn't wander off without us. I'm going to go check out a couple more islands, and then we'll head home. And we should be able to get there before the end of stream. If I have to go over a little bit on stream, I will. If it's something like this where we are trying to, like, get back home to our place and we're not going to be that far away. But hopefully we don't have to do that. I'm just going to check out a couple more places, and then we'll see if I can find a little bit more. I want rye, barley, because barley can only survive down to -8. Rye can survive down to -11, which is why we would rather use rye as opposed to barley, but I guess barley is also something we can kind of work with if we need to. Doot, 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 doot. Actually, hold on. Give me 1 second. I'm going to turn on my fan in here. It's getting hot in here. Luckily, we haven't reached the period, the time of year where it gets insanely hot in here. I don't know exactly how I'm going to survive streaming through some of the summer. We're going to see how it goes. I don't want to have to, like, cancel streams during the summer, especially because I feel like I'll probably get more viewers during the summer because the younger viewers will not be in school. So you'll probably get a lot more. I'll probably get a lot more people during that time. So we might have to find some ways to prevent myself from. Oops, I hit the wrong button. To prevent myself from, you know, cooking alive while we're in here. But that's something we can that's something we can figure out when we get there. Um, which is gonna be really cool. I know it's like finals week right now for a lot of people, isn't it? Um, Either people are just about to take their finals or have just finished up their finals. I remember when I was in college. That was always obviously a very stressful time. Is when you're getting ready for your finals. So, you know, Anybody who has who is gearing up for finals, good luck with that. Hello, Big Swack. How is it going? I am. What's up? Is we are on a journey trying to find grains because the area where we have settled is, as you can tell by the stream title, is in the Arctic. Right now, we're actually in. I guess this counts as temperate. The average temperature is -3 degrees Celsius, which I don't know why that necessarily counts as temperate. Um, but we have traveled south in an effort to find grain because we need grain in order to tame muskox and yaks that live in our native environment. And so we're trying to collect that stuff. I'm gonna search this island and then probably start heading back home. We have gotten some grain, some rye and barley. We're aiming for rye because rye can survive down to -11 degrees Celsius, whereas barley can only survive down to, I think it's -8. So that's what we're preferring, but we'll take what we can get. How is it going with you though, if you want to answer? Like I've mentioned to other people before, but if you're new, if it's been a while since you've been here, you guys never have to answer any of my questions. Just if you want to lurk, just lurk. Okay. There's gonna definitely be some grain in here somewhere. I hope. Actually, that's starting to prove not necessarily true. Where's all the grain? Bushes! Snowberry bush. I'm taking this. Oh my god. I broke my hoe. Let's make another one real quick. And grab you, put the rock back. Just in case we encounter more just in case we encounter more stuff. What is this? What is going on here? And if you're one of my viewers, because I notice, obviously it tells me when somebody is a first-time chatter versus if they've chatted in my stream before. If you're coming back and joining us after a bit of a break, or even like not even a bit of a break, but I kind of just did this recently, we have restarted the world here. This is a new world from where I was playing last time. That's because TerrafirmaGreg has recently released a major update. We went from version 0.7.19. We are now in currently we are in version 0.9.5. So it's been a really major update. So things might be a little bit different for you guys. But I decided to start a new world because I thought it would be fun to go through the early progression now that they've changed some stuff. And I thought it would be fun. Alright, where did I leave my boat? Where did I leave my... I can't believe there's no rye on here. There's another island nearby, though. Orca's trying to mess with my boat. I am really glad that they didn't make orcas hostile in this pack, because honestly, it would be very sad. I'm pretty sure orcas generally just count as dolphins, which is kind of funny because that's, kind of how it is in real life. Like, orcas are kind of a type of, they're a type of porpoise. Right? Okay. But like, I don't know. I think orcas in real life are a little bit more aggro than this game would lead you to believe. I don't know. They're also like not as aggro as some people would lead you to believe, though. So it's like a back and forth. It's like I think it's like a crazy thing that's been happening, or not been happening, but this crazy thing that kind of happens with the depictions of animals, or the general idea that people have about animals, is like you'll have like ideas that, like, some people think, oh, this animal is not really aggressive or whatever, And then somebody will come out and be like, actually, these animals are hyper aggressive. They do all this crazy stuff all the time. And it's like, yeah, well, I mean, they're animals. All animals kind of do stuff like that. But maybe you're being a little facetious about how big of a threat they are. Diacite. Okay. I do see birch trees here. I kind of want to collect some birch trees. We're gonna need another. We're gonna need another. Uh, what do you call it? Axe, because this one's about to break. Okay, and then that one, and then this. Yeah, we're gonna need another axe soon because this one is about to break. I don't have any birch wood. I typically don't really like birch wood because in this pack it looks really like it looks green and kind of weird. But I know that the birch trees give us something. It gives us some kind of sap that might be useful for us. So I'm gonna collect at least a few saplings so that we could grow some birch trees on our own in case we ever need it. It's always a good idea to get yourself some saplings in TerrafirmaCraft in general, but also in TerrafirmaGreg. Um, like, man, there's a lot of different trees here. Actually, we're stopping here to collect some trees for a second, chat. It's always a good idea to have at least one sapling of each kind of tree so that you can always grow more if you ever need it for anything. Either you just like the way it looks or it's like useful for something because Terra Firma Greg specifically adds in a lot of new stuff that might change the relative value of different trees, but it's always a good idea to collect yourself all the saplings as soon as you can, really. Which is going to be one of the few reasons why we have to make an expedition out to warmer biomes. Because I really want blackwood. Like, it's just a very nice wood to have, because, I mean, it's black. Like, black goes with everything, you know? It's a good color. Oh, these are oak trees. I also don't have any oak logs. Did I get saplings? Okay, I got birch saplings. So yeah, I thought these were chestnuts, but these are just oak. We're going to be collecting these so that we can take them back home with us. Hopefully our canoe stays where it is. Be really sad if I have to make a new one, but I guess it's not that hard. But it does take like 8 minutes for the stupid thing to turn into an actual canoe. And I am very aware of how slow this axe is. Like I said, we're going to be making a metal axe. It's going to be one of the first tools that we forge. Is going to be a copper axe. Hey, I mean, we're still in the Stone Age, so, you know, what can you really expect from our tree chopping capabilities when we're in the Stone Age? We're still using stone tools for the majority of things, except for the things that can't be stone tools. So. And this is the great thing, I think, about TerrafirmaGreg, is this stupid tree chopping thing takes forever, but man, does it feel nice once you start getting metal tools, because the time it takes to chop down a tree goes down a lot. And then, of course, we've got... Oh, man, so many things. So many things. So many exciting things are going to happen. We are working towards our first winter, though. So... And for those of you that are more familiar with TerraFirmaCraft or TerraFirmaGreg, I did extend the time for how long a month lasts in this by by exactly 50%. No? Actually, no, it's not exactly 50%. It's more like 75%. Because the default for TerraFirmaGreg is oh, what is it? The default for TerrafirmaGreg is 8 days for a single month. And I have changed that to be 14 days. I feel like 14 days works out a lot better. Uh Nothing really against the 8-day the 8-day work week. 8 days, yes. 8 days is the default time for a single month in TerraFirmaGraph and TerraFirmaGreg. I think it's the default in TerraFirmaCraft. I'm not sure. It is, isn't it? I think that's way too short of a time period for a single month. So that's why I increased it to 14. I've tried it before on a couple different settings. I tried playing the game at what was it? I tried playing it at 30 days or like 28 days per month, and that was way too long. Seasons just took way too long to pass. So I found like 14 was a very good compromise for how long the game should, or the month should last. If I remember correctly, 14 days. Actually, I could probably calculate it. I don't have my calculator right now. My partner took my calculator because they needed it for something. But I do have my phone, which comes with the calculator, and it can do basic math, so that's fun. Because a normal Minecraft day is about 20 minutes, and times 20 is, or times 14, that means a month takes 128 minutes. And it is the way that you make month longer is you have to change a config file. Now there's a couple different ways actually. Let me take a short break to show this to you guys. There's two different ways. Okay. First of all, I think there's an option. Let me see if I can find it. I have the configured mod installed. I don't remember if this comes with base TerrafirmaGreg, but if it doesn't, feel free to go and download it because all it does is let you do this where you can change config files from in the game. And I'm pretty sure with the base TerraFirma, there it is. There's a config in here. I think it's in the server configurations. General. Hold on. Actually, month. Nope, it's not in here. Actually, I can search from here. Month. Really? Where is it? Hold on. Let me look this up real quick. TerraFirma draft month length. Or is it? Can I search for days? No. Calendar. In configuration. Hold on. Configuration. Time. Year length. No, I think we use something different now. Seasons, calendar, and climate. Okay, hold on. I'll it's not ticks. It's something else. Hold on. Let me pull up a config file. I can show you guys this here in a second. Once I find the right file, I can show it to you on my no, it's okay. It's fine. I very much enjoy when people ask questions like this so I can like show them these things. I don't mind taking breaks from progressing in Terra Firma Craft to do stuff like this. Trust me, we have plenty of time to play the game. Taking taking a little bit of a break is fine. Let's see. Hold on. I could probably put the if I that's not helpful. Month. Time command. Birthday. Really wish I could like. It's What's the command for this stuff? I never remember. Aha, I did remember. Config TFC client, I'm pretty sure. Big TFC client, TFC client, TFC client. That's not it. Okay, it's not TFC client, I think. It TFC dot is it just the normal is it common or is it okay, I found it. Yeah. Hold on. Let me pull this up on screen. Okay. There we go. That's not it. That's my folders. Why are you hold on. That's just the folders. Sometimes that window gets a little messed up. This one. There you go. Okay. You can see up here. Hold on. Can I make this? I can't make the top bigger, but it's this one here. tfc-common.toml. If you're looking for this, if you open, I use Prism, but if you open up your Prism stuff, it's going to be under You can see the name of my folder, TerrafirmaGreg Season 2. It's in your Minecraft config tfc-common.toml. And this is the default month length. Default month length is going to be 14 is what I have mine set to. Now, if you are going to make this change to your game, first of all, this setting only changes it for new worlds. If you need to change your month length for pre-existing worlds, there is a command you have to use. It's like it's a command like a Minecraft command. I might be able to look it up actually in the game. Yes, very important. This only changes new worlds. See, it says right here, newly created worlds. This can be modified for in existing worlds using the /time command. So if you're doing an existing world, you have to change it using the /time command. You can't change it in here. This is only for new worlds. Secondly, right here, default calendar start day. If you change your default month length, you are going to have to change this. As you can read here, this represents a number of days offset from January 1st. Okay? The default is 5 times the days in a month, which default equals 40. 5 times 8 is equal to 40. So, I think. Yes, 5 times 8 is equal to 40. So, if you change this number, make sure you change this number to be equal to 5 times whatever the number for the default month length is, because that will make it so that new worlds will start at June 1st. You want to start at June 1st. If you don't start at June 1st, you're going to have a bad time, because you're probably going to start in the middle of winter. Okay. There's our little break to talk about yeah, exactly. Yeah, no. No problem. Yeah, feel free to ask any questions you ever need answered about this game. Let's see. I got hickory. I want this fir wood. Hickory, paper birch, and oak. Okay. Let's go see if I can find oh, wait, is this no, you're oak, right? Oak, okay. There might be some chestnut here too. How much time do I have? I got 40 minutes left in stream. To any of you that are joining now, hold on, I gotta move that. To any of you that are joining now, we do have we go for 4 hours here, so I have about 40 minutes left in stream. Thank you for joining. Hi everyone. What is this? Is this pine? This pine. I don't need pine. We don't need pine. What I need is rye. I need wheat. I need grains. I don't need spruce. I got spruce. I got spruce back at home. We got spruce at home, everybody. The spruce at home. There's a place I can fill up water without having to use my bucket. I think cattails can also be eaten. Okay. Let me out of the mud. Get my walking cane. Does walking cane help with mud? I think it does. Asbestos. Love asbestos. My favorite mineral to eat off of the ground. Alright. I'm not... Why is there, like, nothing ever? What climate are we in? Average temperature -2. There should be food spawning here. But where? But where? I think we might just have to go back. If it hits... If we hit 3 hours and 30 minutes, I'm heading back. I'm gonna start heading back even regardless of what we find. Because I think that journey will take maybe not a full half hour, but it'll take kind of close to it. Okay, let's see. Ooh, berry bushes. Okay, this is a pretty major thing for us to find too, because like I've mentioned, can't really find cloudberries. Can't really find them in other places. Not where our base is set up. So, collecting as many berry bushes as we can is a good idea. Squelch, squelch, squelch. Rabbit, hello. I can't believe we haven't found any more rye, though. I only found a little bit of rye the entire time we were out. Yeah, this is getting into like marshland area. That's not going to be super helpful for us. Let's eat some more food. I'll eat the rest of this bear meat. I said bear meat. Okay, I think we have to start heading back. I don't think my 3 pieces of garlic is gonna like really help us throughout the rest of our journey. Only 3 pieces of garlic is not a whole lot of garlic, unfortunately. Okay, we're gonna head back. We're gonna head back to our boat. Heading back to the little boat area. Wintergreen. Wintergreen berries. Yum, 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 yum. I do have to check when these berry bushes like are in season because they might actually just not might actually just not be something that we can actually even make because it might get too cold during the season, the time that they're in season to actually grow. So I would also like some olive trees at some point, but I don't think it gets warm enough for olive trees to grow in our home climate. Oh, more berry bushes. I think wintergreen bushes are typically pretty good though. God, no grains. No grains to be found. What a ripoff. Okay. Yeah. No grains. Unfortunate, no grains on this island. We can always come back here later, maybe if we need more seeds. But I don't know if we're gonna really bother too much. Gotta get home and put our stuff out. Put our we gotta grow more. Luckily the thing is, I don't know how much like we'll be able to get grown, because we have a really low growing period in our area. Like obviously it gets so cold in the Arctic that it um it's gonna get so cold in our where our base is set up that like I don't think anything will be able to grow during like the more winter parts of the year. But the thing is, if the crops die while we are while we're waiting to like if they die when they're like mature, or if it dies when they're growing, we get more seeds out of the crops, which means we can grow more crops later. So something like that um, would be really good, like getting more seeds. So I think what's going to happen is we're going to put out some seeds to grow, and then we're going to get some out of it. But I think we might be able to get like one harvest out of them before before everything starts to go bad. And so the second harvest, hopefully, like I'm hoping we get one harvest, and then I'm hoping that like we get one harvest, and then the second harvest we let that like kind of to go fallow in the fields, and that'll give us more seeds so that once it warms up again, we'll be able to grow even more. But we are going to start heading home. We're almost at 3.5 hours into our stream, so I'm gonna try to get back to base before we have to end stream at the 4 hour mark. And yeah, I think we'll be able to get there I think we'll be able to get there pretty quick. It is a little bit of a journey though. We have to cross quite a bit of an ocean in order to get to our um in order to get to our base. What is that? You're not something interesting, are you? No. You can never tell. Sometimes things are interesting. Most of the times they're not, but sometimes. All right, I gotta go find that place where I left that marker. I think it's that island right ahead of us. I can't wait. Once we get into the Iron Age, we'll be able to make an airship to make journeys like this, and we won't have to take a boat. I think the airship is a little bit I don't know how fast it is though, comparatively. It might be slower. It's probably going to be faster than the canoe because the canoe's not a very fast boat. But it's probably going to be slower than like some of the bigger ships we'll be able to make later. So there's still a reason for us to make a big boat to take out to travel for these long distances. And the sloops have a lot more space on them, so we can gather more resources. Whereas like the airships, I don't think starting out they don't have a whole lot of cargo space on them. And even the cargo ships, I think, probably don't reach the same level of storage space that the sloop does, because the sloop can carry a lot of cargo. All right, I think I know where we are now. It should be. I left a torch. I think right over there. I think you can see it barely. Yep, there's our torch. Okay, so this torch in this spot tells us that we can start turning to the north, and we'll hit back at um our main base. All right, everybody, saddle up for a little bit. I'm gonna be a bit of time rowing this boat to get home, but the payoff's huge. The payoff is definitely worth it getting back to our Arctic base. I really like the place we're settling. It's such a pretty place. Any of you that joined after we started this journey, it's gonna be huge. It's gonna be big. Anyways, I was calculating some stuff, so it was what was I calculating? Okay, 14 days in game. If each day is 20 minutes, 14 days is 280 uh 280 minutes, which if we divide that by 60 is a little over 4 hours. It's like 4 2/3. So another part of the reason why I chose to make the length of my days into 14 is that with 14 days, one stream will almost get us all the way through a month. And I think that's really good pacing because what time is it now? Late summer. We're in mid-August right now. So, it's going to be pretty crazy. Next stream we're going to start breaking into autumn, fall, whichever one you want to call it. And that's going to present some unique difficulties. A lot of stuff is going to start freezing over, I think. Um so yeah, that can cause quite a few issues for us. But I think with the rye that I've gathered, I think we're gonna be able to at least make a few animal friends. I need a muskox. That's the big one. If I get one muskox, then we're already like ahead of pace. Uh, and with a single muskox, I'll be able to start getting string. String is huge. We need string. String is like the biggest thing that we're gonna need can like going forward. We really really need that string so that we can um do a lot of things. We can start getting access to paper. Maybe we don't have papyrus yet, but there are other ways to make paper. But the paper's not the important part. The string is. Because with paper and string, we can make a name tag, and using a name tag, some more string, and a couple other materials like leather and a chest, we can make a backpack. Backpack's gonna be huge. Backpack is one of the biggest upgrades we can get right now, because like we really need that backpack. It's gonna feel so much better having like it kind of I don't think it fully doubles our inventory space, but it close to. Because I'm pretty sure the first backpack has 3 rows of inventory space in it, so it's almost doubling our inventory space. The backpack's going to be huge. And we get a few other things. I can't remember off the top of my head. I know we get access to smoking meats because once we get string, we can place that string and then put a fire underneath it, and we can smoke our meats that way. So that's going to be huge as well. So smoking meat helps preserve it a bit better than just salting it, but we can salt it, brine it, smoke it, cook it. It's going to last a really long time if we do that whole process to it. All right, we're heading out. We're heading out, and we are consuming our energy a lot from rowing this boat. God, I hope we don't run out of food before we get back home. We do only have a little bit of garlic left. Which let's take a little drink. Yeah, we only have these 2 pieces of garlic left. Okay, so that fills up our hunger bar. Now, technically, it's not too big of a deal if we run out of food while we're out to sea. I can just jump into the ocean, spear a fish, and then and then just eat it raw, which will keep us alive at the very least. Real mountain man hours, jump into the ocean, stab a fish, eat it. Like that's some pretty crazy. That's a pretty crazy sequence of events. And we got some Aurora Borealis, contained entirely in this location, I guess. The ocean. Oh man, I need more drink. I talk so much when I'm streaming. I got energy drink. Probably a bad thing to probably a bad thing to be consuming during stream. It gets me a little jittery. Especially considering I haven't I haven't really eaten today that much. I had a very light breakfast today. A light breakfast combined with energy drink is a recipe for a good time in my opinion. Or a bad time. I guess it depends on how the dice roll. But regardless, it will be a time. I think we're starting to get into the ice flows area. Lots of ice in this area, which means we're getting even closer to home. And the good thing about the good thing about like traveling in colder areas for the good thing about traveling in cold areas on the ocean at least, the ice is like it's obviously does kind of get in your way, but the good thing is that if we like say we started getting really thirsty, I do have you can see I have the barrel of water on my back. If we ever started getting real thirsty, I could just stop and like take a break on one of the ice flows and pull out the barrel and drink from it. Just stick my hands in there, just num 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 num. You gotta imagine this barrel is cold because of all the rest of the surroundings are cold. That's the thing. That's the thing. I love ice cold water. I don't mind. I don't really like. I don't know what it is about like room temperature water. You know, it was like a weird thing that like. There's always like a weird thing in the past. It's not something that gets brought up as much anymore, but it was like a weird thing used to like make fun of rich people. You know, it's like I want room temperature water, and I don't know why that was a thing. I think it might have been like maybe somebody specifically it was against them, and then it just kind of lost context and people just started using it outside of that. Like, wouldn't be surprised if it was some socialite who had that very strict rule or something. I don't know. Although, you know what? I heard something. I heard something about that kind of stuff. You know those kind of things that were always meant to be like it was like the green M&Ms. Um there was a really famous, I don't remember who it was, but there was a famous I think it was a band that they had some kind of rule where they needed a bowl of like green M&Ms in their studio. What is it called? What is it called when you have a room that they give you to you, like their dressing room or whatever? Um they said they had it in their contract that they needed a bowl of green M&Ms in the room in the dressing room, and a lot of people like we're all like, ooh, that's just like ugh, such rich people, and like they just want to have all these crazy, they have these crazy stipulations for doing things. The eccentric rich person, you know, that kind of archetype. But I heard the reason why they did that was it was a requirement that was just like tacked in, like it was like hidden kind of in the list of requirements that they had, and the bowl of green M&Ms was there not because they really cared about green M&Ms, but because if there wasn't a bowl of green M&Ms, you knew that the people who were setting up the event didn't read the requirements for the event. So the green M&Ms weren't a thing that was like an actual requirement. It was just an indicator to show whether or not they followed the rest of the instructions, which I thought was is very interesting that that they did that. It makes a lot of sense with that extra context, you know? All right. Let me just drink from this water a little bit. Okay, guys, we're about home. We're gonna enter in. If you guys haven't seen the entrance into our base area, it's gonna be real cool for you guys to see for the first time, because we're coming up on the cave entrance. It is a little bit harder going upstream than it is going downstream, though, so it'll take us a little bit of time. Obviously, we're working against the current instead of with it when we're going upstream, so it is a little bit harder to get back to the base, but it's a lot more fun when you're leaving, I'd say. Oh. I can also, if I need to, I can cheat into these areas that are still water, and we go a lot faster in the still water. You can tell. Whoa. Oh, crazy river rapid boating. Here we go. Into the cave. These fish are trying to jump into my boat. So, I had a fun story when I was a kid. They took us on a field trip once. They took us on a field trip to this cave that was like underground cave or whatever. Really cool. Anyways, the person who was giving the tour had a fun story of one time they were giving the tour just like we were in a boat, by the way. We were in a boat over an underground lake during this story. Crazy experience. I was not very happy. Well, I guess it was fun, but it's like it's a little stressful being when they tell you like, oh yeah, it's like really deep water in this ground cave, and if you fall in, there's not much we can do about it. So that's scary. Anyways, the tour guide had this story about a woman that was on a in one of the tours once, and one of the fish that lived in the cave in the lake jumped out of the lake and into the boat. And this one woman that it like landed like right at her feet, and she like freaked out and beat the fish to death with her purse, which is like wild. I think they let her keep the fish too, which I guess is like a consolation prize for that happening to you. But it's also crazy that a fish jumps into the boat and your first reaction is start beating it with your purse, which I guess like good reflexes on her part, but absolutely wild story. You know, I guess I did say that the canoe is locked to this lake earlier, but I guess if it ever got out to this part, it probably could escape and get back out to sea if it tried hard enough. Yeah, I know, it's a wild story. Look at it. Guys, we're back. We're home. Our lake is starting to freeze over, but we're home. Oh my god. It's gonna be so much fun because later on, once we get once winter starts to get in, we're probably gonna be able to walk across this lake later on. And I'm kind of excited for that. Algae. It will be slightly more difficult to wash my oars though, so oh no, the snow is settling in. Here we have oh my okay. Actually, how much hydration does the rye need? Ah, sweet, only 25%. How much does the barley need? Ah, even less. Okay, good. Oh, didn't mean to hit that many buttons. 5. Plant our rye. And plant our barley. No idea how long this stuff is going to last. It is cold. It is currently -8. So some of this stuff might be dying soon. But whatever. Okay. So we have a little bit of time here before our stream ends. We got about another 15 minutes. So let's chomp on some venison. Delicious, delicious venison. I think we're going to be eating a lot of meat this winter. So that's going to be fun. What we really need is to make a greenhouse. I need to check a couple things. Like relight some of the torches. These other torches are probably about to burn out soon. Okay. Is it warm in here? It feels warm in here. I can't see it. See, you see how like that temperature overlay is kind of getting messed up by the hydration meter? Once we equip armor, that's gonna change because that text gets like pushed up above where the armor is, so that'll get fixed. But as of right now, it's kind of hard to read the temperature with the water overlay. Okay. God. What we need to do, I need to look up a couple things. First of all, so where are we at? We're at like here. Soups. We don't have soups. One of the first and easiest ways to create more complex meals. Unlike eating plain ingredients, these contain much more saturation and let you consume multiple nutrients at once. We do need a pot. Because we could just start making meat soup. And pizza. Pizza is the one we want to go for. Pizza. Yeah, see right here. Pizzas are the only food that can contain every type of nutrient at once. Pizza is something that we're gunning for. We're going for pizza. We want the pizza, right? In order to get the pizza, we are going to need tomato sauce, which does this? Yeah, this has vegetables in it. Pizza ingredients. You can see all these lists of pizza ingredients. There's a lot of them. Shredded cheese, which contains dairy. And then we can add meat, and we can add some fruit too. Because you can see pizza. These are all pizza ingredients. These have, that's vegetable. Oh, I didn't know they added, oh, this is from the Beneath mod. But look, we can put pineapple on our pizza too. So, you know, that'll be fun. Or grapes. Or just normal fruit mash. Fruit mash. Tomato mash. Figs are higher fruit content. I'm trying to find the ones that have the best fruit content. Bananas, cherries, apples. I don't think a lot of these. Oh, olives. Actually, okay, low key olive. That's a real fruit that we could put on a pizza, and it like I know that like pineapples are fine on pizza because we could even make like we could make a Hawaiian pizza with pineapples and pork. That would be fun. But olives, olives. We need olives one of these days. Here's the thing though. We need a greenhouse, right? It's so cold up here that we really can't grow anything, and what we need is a greenhouse. Now, the issue with the greenhouse is, first of all, we need to be able to make like these things. So the walls, this is easy. We can get wax treated lumber pretty easily. The tops would be made out of this. That's easy to make. The door is this, easy to make, as long as it's just normal glass. Now, the difficult part is this part, the greenhouse. Wait, no, this is not the right one. What we need is a climate station. Okay, which requires us to get brass gears and blue stained glass. I think this is actually fairly easy to get. Brass is not that bad. Okay, a brass gear. Okay, that's the thing. Previously, in previous versions of TerrafirmaGreg, you had to use a brass mechanism. Which actually, brass mechanisms weren't hard to make either. Hold on. Brass mechanism might be easier. Oh, you can just anvil a single brass ingot into a brass gear. So that's probably the easiest. How do I make brass mechanisms? Can I not make brass? Oh, okay. They must have deprecated this. Because it used to be that you use brass mechanisms, but you see how you can just turn a brass mechanism into a small brass gear? I think that means that like they switched it over and they don't use brass mechanisms anymore. Because I'm clicking on this and I'm not getting a recipe. So I bet you can't make those anymore. But as soon as we get access to brass, which is pretty soon, we could start working on making making a greenhouse. So greenhouse is one of the big things. We need a greenhouse to really do anything. There are a couple things though. Where's my does it talk about greenhouses anywhere in the quest book? Tips. It's got to be in here. Jeez. I know this quest book is much better than previous quest books that we've had, but like it can be a little overwhelming. I can see why people would be intimidated by coming in and looking at this quest book because it really does look pretty intimidating. But what we need is the greenhouse. Is it not gonna tell me? There's not anything here about the greenhouse. Okay. Progression table. Is it gonna be in here? Metallurgy? There's not gonna be a metallurgy. Early automation? Huh. I guess there doesn't really seem to be. What's this? Oh, check mark. Thanks. Oh, I probably should have checked this place out earlier. You start with ore processing. Yeah, a major part of Greg Tech philosophy is there's not just one way to solve a problem, so everything in this chapter is just a suggestion. Okay, cool. Yeah, because see, this is the start. We start with like the quern. We're also working on we'd want to get like the millstones eventually. Let's see. I'm going to use the pit kiln to melt your ores into tools, but that's the least efficient method. As soon as possible, we advise you use the quern, which is what we've started doing. To get crushed ores, when you unlock create your first machine, that's a typo. Your first machine should be the millstone, so at least you can automate it with the chute. You don't get any byproduct, but it will at least double, if not quadruple, the amount you get. We also put the forge hammer in here, just so you know you can use it. This machine is really fast crushing. This will never give you byproducts, though. It could be useful until you reach HP. I already knew part of that, though. But it's good to get a refresher. Speaking of which, though, this is the other one. Yeah, this is macerator and crushing wheels. Have more. The issue is macerators. Yeah, right here. There is a reason for that, and is due to the fact that these extra outputs are gated behind HV. So basically, whenever you can use either the HV macerator or the HU crushing wheels, go for it. You can also use the millstone in EMI. Can also see the millstone in EMI, but that you cannot craft its HV version. Okay, this is a little awkward of a sentence, but so that's why you don't see it here. Does this? Oh, this is different. This is a lot different. Okay, so we can't even get crushing wheels until we get into HV now. It used to be, so this used to be made out of wrought iron plates and a couple other things that were easy to get. These are blocks of aluminum, though. Blocks of aluminum, we don't get aluminum until MV. So, you know, but like, we, what is this? Stainless steel. Okay, so we don't get to crushing wheels until we get to HV, because stainless steel is an HV material. What is it though? Is this is a stainless steel crushing wheel. HS. What do we have? We probably have other crushing wheels though, right? Yeah, we have other crushing wheels. Steel, aluminum. Oh, okay. Okay, here it is. Wrought iron. See, this was like more like the. This was more like the past recipe. Tin alloy plates, block of wrought iron. Now the question is, what did we use this for? Okay. Is this just to... See, here's the thing. I think there's going to be... I think the bonus materials we don't get until we get the stainless steel one is the issue. It does also say here, recipe tier. Is it going to say anything that's... There's like 8,000 recipes for this, so... you know, we probably can't go through all of them, unfortunately. That's whatever. We'll look into this later, but it looks like we can't get the crushing wheel that gives us extra resources until HV at least. Yeah. You certainly already realize that your macerator or crushing wheel have more outputs than what you actually get. Another typo there. There's a reason for that. Yeah. Yeah, okay. All right. What was the other thing? No, actually the only other thing was the climate station. Let me add that to the Let me add that to my list of things. So I can see it over here. We just need a little bit of redstone, which we should be able to get pretty easily, and a little bit of zinc and copper, which is pretty quick to get. What we need is wax. If you look at the tags for what counts as wax, I don't know why this is counting. Can I turn on advanced tooltips from here? No, I can't. Hold on. Atlas sticky crafting items. Yeah. Okay. TFC waxes scraping surface. I don't know what that means. But paraffin wax, conifer rosin, and beeswax are the types of wax that we have access to. Conifer rosin is going to be probably the easiest because we get conifer pitch, mix it with some charcoal powder, and we get conifer rosin. And conifer pitch is made from it's made from tapping trees. There's a part in the book that talks about it. Stoning metallurgy. Where is it? I think it's in here. Yeah, right here. Tree taps. Now, to make tree taps, yeah. Okay, tree taps are just made out of copper and an anvil. Yeah. Can copper anvils do brass? I don't know if copper anvils can do brass or not, but we'll check. I think they can. So we just need a copper anvil to get a tree tap. I can look it up though. What was it? Brass gear is a small brass gear is what we need. It doesn't say. Okay, requires tier 2 anvil. Okay, so we have to get into bronze before we can make the brass gears. So we won't have access to that until we get our bronze anvil. So once we get our bronze anvil, we're gonna try and make wait, actually tier 2. Hold on. No, wait, is a dang it. Is the stone anvil tier 0 or tier 1? I can never remember. I think the rock anvil can I look that up in EMI or is that well, let's look up anvil. Is it gonna say in here? It just says anvils in general. Doesn't say what tiers these are. I think that the rock anvil counts as tier 0 and the copper anvil is where it starts at tier 1. So, yeah, tier 1 anvil copper. Okay, it says here on this tip. So, we will need to get a bronze anvil before we can start making the stuff that we need to make a greenhouse. But we want to rush that greenhouse as fast as we can, I think. We can start chapping the trees once we get the copper anvil, but it'll take until bronze before we can make the mechanism. Actually, you know, the thing is, I could also the small gear, you can also make it this way with a brass rod and a brass plate. And I think, yeah, brass rod can be made. You can take a file to a brass ingot. I need to hold on. I don't have that panel open. I don't have that panel on my EMI anymore. One second. Right sidebar, sub panel, look up history. We're gonna make it 2 rows. Done. Okay, there we go. And the plate can be made. Ooh, okay. Okay, actually, we can't make the plate because this doesn't count. We can't make the plate until we get the anvil. So we might as well just make it out of a single ingot because this process of making the brass plate requires a tier 2 anvil. Okay. Yeah, so we need to get to the tier 2 anvil. Once we get to the bronze anvil, we'll start working on our climate station to make our greenhouse. We do need some volcanic. I think I know where there's some black sand that we can use for the volcanic glass. Let me turn off the extra tooltips. Is there anything else I need to look up before we finish up today? Let's go plant these trees. It should be daytime now. Yeah. Let's plant a few of these trees so that they can start growing. Be all like Johnny Appleseed, but instead of apples, it's just normal trees. God, this is the only issue is that I have to like plant trees on like the side of cliffs, essentially. Oh wait. Oh, there's one of those spears that I threw at that bear. I don't know how long those take to I don't know how long those take to despawn. Yeah, we're just gonna go around. We're gonna place some trees around here to finish up. All right, I have a good plan though. I think we have a really good plan. Oh, what does it take to make a clipboard nowadays? Clipboard. You see where I fat finger stuff all the time. Okay, it does take a wrought iron bolt. Also paper. See, we can make it with treated hide, but it's kind of hard to make that stuff. We make it with unrefined paper, which is unrefined paper we can get from the loom, or we can dry. Oh man, I need fruit tree leaves in order to make a drying mat though. Or I can use winged kelp or normal kelp. Okay, that's good. This is new. They didn't have these recipes before. We make it with this. This is thermochemically treated hardwood pulp, which we just make by cooking hardwood pulp with some lye. Okay, so it's actually not that hard to make trees now. I'm really glad they added those recipes to make paper, because like it was kind of difficult to get paper beforehand, and paper is an extremely important material to have access to for a lot of different things. It also helps us out a lot because I have that one mod installed that has the map that you can get, the atlas, that uses maps to chart out to act as like a map mod that you would normally have, but it uses like actual items. So I felt like that was a really good compromise to just having a normal map, a normal mini map and whatnot. But we do need the paper in order to fund that, and the leather, but I think we're going to be doing a lot of hunting this winter, so I think we'll probably have quite a bit of leather as we go on. Okay. Oh my god. The lake is freezing. It is late summer. It is August 7th, and the lake has started to freeze. Yep. This is going to be real fun once we get to the point where this whole lake is frozen, because it will be able to just run across it. But yep, the lake is freezing. And it is cold, cold, cold out here. And you guys are doing okay? Oh no, it's already too low for the barley. The barley's probably going to die soon. How much time do you have left? They're at 50% grown. We might get a crop of garlic before it dies. I don't think we're going to get... We might not get a crop of rye with how quickly the temperatures are dropping, but we'll see how it works out. We're getting snow in front of our house now, too. Okay, let's take this wheat out here, put it in there. But all right, we're past 4 hours now. I went a couple minutes over looking at some stuff, but that's all right. Planting those trees was a good idea. Okay, thank you for making it to the end of another stream with me, chat. I love you all. You're my favorite people. We're at the end of another stream. I don't think I have too many announcements. I do have my YouTube linked below in case you need more content, which is where the VODs get uploaded, just in case you need them. And I have my Blue Sky linked below, which is where I will let you guys know if I can't make it to stream or any other stuff that would be fun for you to know. So feel free to check that out if you ever have any questions, or just message me on it, because it's like the only way to get a hold of me outside of stream. That is going to be it for me today, guys. Have a wonderful morning, afternoon, day, evening, night, whatever time it is where you are. Just make sure that you have a good one. Once again, thank you all for joining me, but I'm going to head off for the day, and I will see you all tomorrow. Bye, everyone. Have a great day. Bye-bye.